All right. Quick update, guys. First of all, how you like my new sweater? Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I am playing a new Baldur's Gate 3 run today. And the stretch one, thank you so much. Welcome back for 108 months. You're a beast. You're around for a long ass time. Good shit. But welcome back, guys. I'm playing Baldur's Gate run. I'm a little bit late, and I apologize. I just got off an OTV podcast. I'm running straight here. Yeah. Did you get water P? Yep, I did. Where I cop it? Oh, I don't even want to say it, man. This place is kind of pricey. Like I don't even know if I like it. I think I like it. I have another one that's really good, but like it's pricey. Yeah, SoulCom may not be the best place for this. Anyways, I'm excited for my Baldur's Gate 3. My new run tonight. I'm not gonna lie. I think Lily and Toast wanted to play on our other group, but I did not know. I should have rescheduled this probably. And so now they think I'm cheating on them, which I technically am. And it's kind of weird. But don't worry about it. We're having a new group. It's going to be fun. Let me just go get into the game real quick. Double dipping, actually, man. Mord had a better offer. True. It'll be a new character. I don't know what I'm playing this time. I was thinking maybe like I don't know, mage? Mage seems kind of interesting. Yeah, Lily started a second campaign with it tomorrow or yesterday. So like, you know what? It's all good. Dude, I think every person I know who's playing this game has started a second campaign. I'm not even kidding. Whether by themselves or with someone else, I swear to God, no one is just playing one game of Baldur's Gate. I have 3 ongoing campaigns. Oh, yeah. Guys, are we supposed to turn off karmic dice? Fuck, I need to tell them I'm in Discord. Is it turn? Wait, you want the rolls to be off, right? I want the rolls to where, yeah. Okay, cool. Guys, what's a fun class to play? Fuck, I'll figure something out. Ham said she's gonna test me on my role playing, and I need to have a motivation and lore to my character. And we are late, so I have 14. I told them. Hello.
Oh my God, you're so loud for me for some reason. I had you at 200%. Hello.
Hello.
Huh? Weird.
Huh? Weird.
So strange. Am I supposed to watch the opening? How much lore is there? Is there a lot?
What? Oh, yeah, this part is awesome.
Oh, okay.
Which you guys are not watching. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I messed up. Oh, fuck. For people who missed it, this is the very beginning of Baldur's Gate. But you guys hear the audio, right?
Oh, it gets a little graphic when the worm goes into her eye. Oh.
Oh. Okay. Wait, where's Ham?
Let me ping her. We are in DC. Did you start your character already, Scarra? Did you start putting him together?
No. This is the first time I've looked at it.
Okay.
Guys, I say we're... I kind of want to be a tiefling. That's what I turned my secondary character in. But maybe I'm a half elf. Or I'm a full elf. Githyanki, what can I even do? Proficiency in all skills? Gnome. Little gnomer? A half orc.
Wow, Scar, you're so kind to not tell me that my mic is shit.
Oh, I just assumed that was your mic.
What the hell? No! Have I ever sounded like that to you? What do you mean?
Shit. Ah, shit.
Oh my god.
Ooh, Lucky's kind of interesting. Kai Saiba, what about for 19 months? Hold on. We'll probably start a little bit late because I am slow and I apologize. Well, yeah, I apologize for being late. I'm sorry.
Well, that's fine.
We might have to take a little bit to make our characters, but I think...
Oh, you're not just mashing randomize?
I don't think you should. I think, well, Ham said she's going to test us on all of our lore and motivations.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll make a character.
So you should decide your character, your class, and then you will make a separate secondary character that is not important.
Oh,
just that's not that important. Just make them hot. You'll just see them in cutscenes. Don't worry too much about it.
Oh my god, do I get to have sex with them? Okay.
Just
okay.
You'll want to make them. You'll see. Humans get smite. Hope you do. I just want to have fun. I was just maybe do like a dwarf. Can I, like, is there? I wanted to have. Is there like? I want to be a tank. Like, is there like a super tank? A shield dwarf. A gold dwarf. I don't want to be a paladin. I want to be a... What's a warlock? The fuck is a warlock? I've so far not seen monk, ranger, rogue, what's the difference between sorcerer, wizard? Okay, and the wizard is like Walk as a caster. What the fuck is? These look like complicated things. Okay, we're not doing either of these. Well, warlock. What is this? Bound with, huh? When a critical hit against creature, that creature must succeed a wisdom throw or become frightened. Oh. What is this? The Archfey. You're imbued with sumptuous and scary qualities of Patriot's extraordinary realm. Bard. You have a starting instrument? What are bards' things? You can insult them. Okay. That seems alright. What about rogue? Sneak attack? Ranger? I feel like I want to play something different. Maybe like a... Like, is a cleric a healer? But like, what kind of cleric can I be? Oh my god! Okay, wait. I can wear heavy armor. Let nature domain. Okay, your staff becomes magical. Oh, this is what Lily has. The Shaligla. Oh, these are actually just battle clerics? What are these? You strike back at a creature? Oh, that sounds sick. What is this one? Why? She's a monk. Is she a better monk than I am? What? Oh. There's lights. Oh! What the fuck? They're already making characters. What the fuck? They know what? She didn't even come on. Okay, we have 15 minutes to make a character. Okay. Alright, I thought I was just chilling because I was waiting for him to get back, and I look over and there's 15 fucking messages, and they already started. Okay, we're making a character. So far, I'm starting with class. I want to do cleric, warlock, ranger. One of those three. I think someone else is playing bard. I don't want to stack bards. Those are the most interesting. Oh, fighter has this fight. What is this? Oh, fighter is interesting. I'm probably not gonna do rogue. Maybe a warlock. Because I don't really have a caster class. Or the Tempest domain look kind of interesting. Okay, maybe. I don't know if I want pure DPS. I want some interesting ways to do damage. What can druids be again? Druids get like. Spore Druid is unique? The fuck is Spore Druid? Oh, can Spore Druids poison? Fuck, I'm trying to think of. Okay, I mean, oh, what do I want to play? Subclass. Paragon Mouse, welcome back for 7 months. I don't care about a tiered character. I just want a fun character. What the fuck is a favored enemy? What? Oh, there's like different. Oh, that's so weird. What the hell? Weaponized racism. I see. What? What is sorcerer wild? What is wild magic? Is it just RNG? Oh. Oh wait, that's awesome. I could do that. A sorcerer. Okay, I'm down. Okay, wait. Let's go backwards now. Do I want to be a gnome? I think I would a half elf. I was a dragon before. Do I want to be a dragon again? I think I wanted to be a tiefling, actually. So I thought they were cool. I like the idea of tieflings. So I'm tiefling sorcerer. Okay, cool. What are these trainings? Bound to Nessus. Descended from Mephistopheles. Oh, these are actually the three lords? Zerial is the one that Minerva is interesting. I think these are just lore based, so I'll just choose one that has the best. I mean, they look different, I guess. This one has markings. I like Mage Hand. I think it's very useful. Is that it? They look a little different. I mean, I can change the look anyway. You customize? Does the sub race matter later? I feel like I don't really care about this. It matters later. Okay. Additional skills. Okay, well then, let me think. Wield fire and darkness. Gifted with affinity for arcane magic. And this is martial strength. I'm not martial strength, so like, I'm not Zerial. I wouldn't want to be, because I feel like the two lore characters are in against this guy. So it'd be one of these two. I mean, I'm down for this, just because I like Mage Hand. I've heard it's very nice. And that means I don't have to get... okay. What are my cantrips then? The fuck did I choose? Bone Chill, Acid Splash. I kind of want Fireball. I don't really care about light. And I don't care about True Strike. Maybe Friends? Maybe Grasp. Okay. That seems pretty good. I mean, I feel like maybe do Friends. I like this. That seems good. Spells. I mean, I'm gonna need a damage spell. Probably just 2 damage spells here. These take my... So it defaults to Chromatic Orb. Do I... What's Ice Knife? Oh, it's like an ice thing. What about this? Ooh, Thunder Wave. Oh. Okay, that seems pretty good. Wild Magic. Your magic comes from forces of chaos. Okay. They turn waves.
If I were to hit Venture Forth, does it force you guys to leave the character creation? Or will it be okay?
I don't know. Have you made your second character?
Yeah. I mean,
okay. Then just chill.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
I'm
wait.
sorry, like 7 minutes.
No, take your time.
I mean, we already... Whoa, what is Storm? That's so cool. What is... I like lightning-based archetypes. Ice-based archetypes are really awesome. Damn, okay, well... Wild Magic just seems awesome. Okay. And then what kind of lore am I gonna be? I was a oh, I read. I'm a smut reader. I've turned into a sage. I'm so well read. Hold on, I gotta change my appearance actually.
Where to next?
What was that? Let's hope the local...
Health, be wary. This...
It's opened. More of those wretched things. There's magic.
Where to next? Let's hope the locals...
Health.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
I kind of like that. I feel like it. You know what? Fuck this. Okay. Little goat horns this time. There's this. This feels so edgy. The visual's bugged. Well, no, I'm sure I will find one I like. Who the fuck clicked something? Hello?
Hello?
My game
Hello?
crashed.
The server timeout?
Yeah, the server timed out, so we have to remake the group and go
What?
again. Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm gonna... Okay. Oh, poor Ham.
Guys, what happened?
Our server timed out.
No! Why did it time out? Because
It's not because we took too long. I've had people take 3 hours on the character creator. Their servers are just sometimes messed
hey,
up.
I was kind of busy making my character.
Yeah, same.
I remade one, crying.
Okay, do you guys remember your thing?
I remember everything, but like I didn't finish what she looked like. So I have to do that. But everything else I'm
Okay.
good.
I suppose we'll just quickly...
What do you mean server?
Where's your lobby?
I made it. Is it not there?
I can't find it.
Not showing up.
Yeah, can you invite me?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I am
it's-
Avatar.
Says you're playing VTuber Studio, so I can't join that.
Oh, what the heck? Let me see. Oh, it won't let me Avatar.
Guys, sounds quiet. Hold on, let me fix it. What? Sorry, I need a fucking auto. I was like, everyone's like, join the call, and I'm like, I'm writing my character story right now. I was not prepared.
Here, we got this. We got this. It'll be so easy. Let me restart the game. My VTuber Studio is hacking it.
Yeah, don't be stressed. We're just playing a nice, quiet game.
Can we kill each other in this game?
I promise you. I promise you.
That's a, what an interesting question.
I promise you. I promise you that.
Yeah? You do it for real? Really? For me?
I don't feel like talking anymore.
I have picked someone that mayhaps something might happen.
What the fuck?
I'll make
What does that
sure
mean?
something happens.
I will make sure.
I will make
it
sure
happens.
something's gonna
I will
happen.
make sure it happens.
Okay, I remade it. Are you able to see it? Let me see. Let me
See, I'm joining right
I
now.
can see it.
Okay.
Get Thunderwave? Oh. Oh, yeah.
All right, so are we speed running this character creation?
Yeah, I would say
Mhm.
10 minutes. 7:25, we come
Wow.
back.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Do you guys need more
Yeah,
time?
okay. No, I'm good. Can you skip this?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like more time is like, I don't want like giving people too much time. Oh, I would say,
Okay.
I would recommend not doing a Dark Urge character and just making your own custom character.
Don't even worry.
Okay, cool. And your second
Do
character does
not
not really matter,
worry.
so you don't have to spend as much time on them, okay?
Okay. We'll be back in 10.
Wow, should I deafen? Okay, see you guys in 10.
What was I? I was a sorcerer. A tiefling sorcerer. My cantrips were... I fuck this. I took friends, and I took fireball. Because I thought that was cool that it did damage. My spells were Thunder Wave and Magic Missile. That's wild magic. Cool. I was a sage. Because I'm well read. And I'm guessing we just use recommended. That seems pretty good. Wait, what is my damage based off of? Is it based off of wisdom? Or is it based off of... You take... Oh. Based off of charisma? So just do this. Wow, agility is actually so good. What the hell? 17 isn't bad. That makes sense. Fuck it, we're gonna go 8 and fuck it. I'm gonna do one more. Let me concept 1-1. Even numbers or breakpoints. Okay, that looks good. I'm okay with this. And then I just need to edit the appearance. That went in voice 2.
Where to next?
No.
Let's hope the...
Be wary.
That
this place
one.
is trapped.
Okay. We're back to randomizing, guys. Yeah, I'm sure we'll find someone and she'll be awesome. Trisha, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm starting a Baldur's Gate campaign with some friends, Ham, Fumi, and Clem. And we're starting a new campaign, not the same as my old campaign. And I'm currently making a Tieflings Wild Magic Sorcerer. We're literally just starting from the very beginning. So you guys came at a good time. I miss you too, Trisha. Hope you've been doing okay. But welcome to the stream. I am currently randomizing to see my character. This is what I usually do. I usually randomize till I find a good base and then I maybe adjust it a little bit. But I haven't really found a base I liked. Dalberton, thank you so much for gifting Trisha sub. I need to think of a backstory as well. So like I'm in my head I'm trying to figure out what kind of backstory. What tiefling am I? Oh. Okay, she's got one dark eye. I kind of don't mind it. It's a little edgy. I'm kind of okay. Okay. The character's name should be ooh. Let me think. Damn, I'm gonna need a lot of time for just this. Down by the river. Dude, I can't stop thinking about Michael's character. Michael made this character George W. Bush Jr. And he's a halfling. Fuck. That's the last name I remember. Lily's new name is Sakura Rose Pink or some shit like that. And I'm like, you're cringe. They will be mead. Mead peace. Why not just peace? Okay. I need a guardian. Okay. She's gotta be... We made peace. We made mead peace. Half orc, a gnome, a half elf. I like. Oh, it's like a full random. Oh. Okay. Wait, do I click Venture Forth and it's fine? It's fine, right? Oh, you can click venture forth. You are then you're just stuck on the page at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I click on
it
that.
says waiting for players.
Fog.
You jump scared me. You just. I was getting really into my character creation. Your voice came out of nowhere. I got so scared.
Ah! What are you gonna do about it? You gonna cry? You
Yeah.
cry, little baby?
Hey,
Oh, I
fuck
heard
off!
that.
You're gonna be so mad. Wait, no, you're gonna be so attracted to my character. You can take everything back when you see my character.
Mm-hmm,
I believe you.
mm-hmm. Just wait till you see my character.
Wait until you see my. Oops, click on the wrong thing. Wait until you see my character.
I'm so curious who you guys made.
Hey, how do we decide turns on who's presenting?
When we could get, what I did before was when we could turn characters, whoever stood up just did it first.
Whoever stood up?
Whoever just like walked up in the front just did it first.
What the? Is there like a skate going on? What?
No, it's like your ham is too loud, bro. She is.
Oh, we're starting?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pluto
pause.
7443. Welcome back for 14 months.
All right. I'm so ready. Do you want to watch this with me? This is your first time? You're
Yeah,
watching.
it's my first time.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Is it my first time? Is this when the worm sucks the eye, or is
This is post-worm sucking eye sucking
Oh.
worm.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is right after.
I hope it does it again.
So cool. It is such a. The best part about Baldur's Gate, like one of the best parts, is that the intro is just so awesome. You're you're on a fucking spaceship, middle of fucking nowhere. You're getting attacked. You're crash landing. You have a tadpole in you. There's a Cthulhu. What the fuck is going on? I think they did a great job setting up the plot. Like I'm invested. These are the Githyanki, right? Yeah. Mortal enemies to the Illithid. Is Drizzt part of the D&D universe, or is he like a separate part? I know he's like literally like a huge character in whatever universe he's a part of. Oh, he's actually in like the official universe. Oh. It's a Forgotten Realms hero. Oh. All right, guys. Quick update about other group. They are leaving tomorrow to LCS finals. They will not be back till next week, so we cannot continue our group for like 4 days. Just a heads up. It's okay, because we have a new group. Fucking sick.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hey.
sick.
Yo, that was Pog.
Lae'zel. I'm hoping. Okay, in this run, I'm hoping I can play a run with Paulson. Please, dear fucking God. I do not know. I want to try to actually have some of my companions
For
alive.
sure.
How much do you want to bet?
Not a lie.
I'll bet you $5 she's not dead. All right, I can't wait.
Ooh, I
I can't wait for show and tell. Can't wait for show and tell.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh wait, how do I move? Oh, I just
left
tried to-
mouse button.
left mouse.
My head.
Oh. Oh. Who's that over there?
Oh.
Oh, so when someone clicks on something, you can on the left click join dialogue, and you
Join-
can watch them
Fragile.
click on something.
The slightest touch.
I'm
On the left.
investigating this.
Oh.
And you can click on something so that they know what option you would like.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It sucks for you guys.
What the?
How are we doing show and tell?
You can go first.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What? 1 second. 1 second.
Oh god. Okay. Real quick, you can hold middle mouse button to move or like turn the camera,
Oh.
and then you can scroll to go up and down.
Is there WASD movement?
No, WAC
Oh.
will be hotkeys for things you don't want to press.
Oh, okay.
Or you do Q and E to move the camera. It's probably
Q&E.
easier.
Oh, Pog.
What is this?
Oh yeah, the WSC moves camera.
Oh, wait, okay.
Please join my Discord screen share.
Oh. Okay.
Are you guys in? Are you guys in?
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, okay. So my character, their name is Nomosexual.
Okay.
Grease fire
I love
criminal
it.
forest.
I am
though.
playing a grease fire forest gnome, and he is a criminal.
Wow.
We are going to begin his backstory. He is the youngest son from a family of 8. Yes, it was quite a lively childhood, but incredibly lonely. He was often neglected, as there was a 12-year age gap between him and the next youngest sibling. But because forest gnomes are very famously reclusive, he did not have many people to play with growing up and was always given hand-me-downs, but was never handed down love. Due to the familial neglect, he turned to the forest and spoke with animals. Sorry, he was often neglected. He had a very sad and lonely childhood. So sad. Yeah, he spoke with animals. But because he turned to the forest and he fell in love with a squirrel at the age of 14.
What?
Okay.
The squirrel was in a gang. And it was a very bad influence. Because there's no family influence and there's, forest gnomes are reclusive, he turned to a life of crime at an early age. Starting with breaking and entering, small house fires, and it was all urged by his squirrel lover. When Nomosexual became of age, he had a small life crisis, but the squirrel downplayed it and minimized it, and made him feel very small and pathetic as he once felt with his family. And all the trauma kicks in, and then the delusions kick in, and he's like hallucinating of a better life, like a happier childhood, some childhood friends, a squirrel that loved him, the white picket fence dream, living outside of the forest. Yeah, the manipulator squirrel. And the abuse led Nomosexual into hallucinations. This plays into his stat build, by the way, because he can conjure illusions from the hallucinations. The squirrel was readed out by him speaking to himself and planned on getting rid of him with the other gang squirrels, and they hatched a plan to send him to the city on a suicidal mission by lying to him and claiming that the mob boss squirrel's daughter was keeping her hostage, and then because no homosexual was groomed by the squirrel and didn't know any better, he wholeheartedly believes in this abusive squirrel, and he goes into the city and should get back the missing squirrel, but gets captured and thrown into jail for 20 years and has spent the next 20 years hallucinating in the catacombs where he was thrown. But to get through these long 20 years in prison, he spends the next 20 years writing homoerotic literature to make a quick buck from the other prisoners. And he had to make a code word, quote unquote code word, so it didn't tip off the guards. He called it Yowie. But the guards found out anyways of his Yowie. They did not like it, so he was beaten in jail, and he hallucinated even more, and his hallucinations became so powerful, he learned to conjure illusions. And yeah, we are here. His motivations is to become happy, find a loving partner that will accept him and his squirrel trauma. He has trauma, by the way, from the squirrels, and steal everything. He is a klepto. I will be stealing things, guys. This is your only warning. And kill his family. Personality traits, he's short-tempered, bad at communicating, starts grease fires first, speak later, observant, and impulsive. I will be exhibiting these traits while we're playing. And he's not a team player. Flaws? Oh, his ideals is a world where everyone can be happy without squirrels. And his flaws is to exterminate all squirrels due to squirrel trauma. He can't look at a squirrel without entering a violent breakdown. Will yell, scream, kick, destroy anything in sight when seeing a squirrel until squirrel is gone. And also, he's incredibly sexually attracted to gnomes and squirrels. Those are his 2 flaws. Thank you for, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Ooh, that was.
Thank you, guys. Who's going next?
No wonder you were traumatized when this were done.
Size 22, welcome back for 137
Hey, no, don't worry about it.
months.
I was busy
Rerolls
on
the squirrel character.
PowerPoint.
Oh my god, I would. That'd be so funny though. Thank you so much for the log support.
All right,
Oh,
That is crazy.
okay.
I can go next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, hey everybody, my name is Orf.
Hello, Orf.
Hi,
Hi.
Orf.
I'm a paladin. Well, I used to be a paladin, but a bit of my story. I was actually found abandoned at the back of a church by a nun.
That is
And
awful, Orf.
I found out that later that I was born by a couple that was out of wedlock, which is actually
you
highly
guys can't
illegal in the
see?
town that I come from. So
Wait, how do you not
the town
see?
voted
What
to
the
execute
fuck?
both of my parents after they found
What
out
if I
about
do
that.
this?
So I raised by the nun,
What if I do this? What if I do this?
and she named me Orf. It's kind of actually a messed up name now that I think about it.
That's kind of racist.
So I ended up being raised by the church, and I was responsible for buying food for the poor. And I grew up learning to be a knight for the king. And when I graduated, I got this really nice gold armor as my graduation gift. It actually belonged to my father, apparently. They just held it from me till I turned 18. But then one day when I was giving out food for the poor, this gnome came up to me and they said they had a power to replicate my items. I was like, that's so cool. So I gave him all of my
I already
equipment.
have a bad
But then the
backstory,
next thing I
okay.
know, they disappeared. They went into the crown and I lost all of my stuff. So I guess growing up, I've gotten to really distrust gnomes. I don't really
Hey,
trust them with anything.
hey,
And I'm kind of trying to, I'm trying to make peace with it and come around to it, but
hey.
sort of my backstory of my trauma around gnomes. It's also my motivation to really find the gnome who has my dad's armor. That's really why I'm here.
Oh.
But I would say that I've been easily deceived. But if it's a gnome, I'm very careful. Thank you.
Oh.
Stares at gnome sexual.
Mm. Good story, Orf. Okay.
Yay! I guess I can go next.
Mm-hmm.
Hi everyone, you can call me IRS. I heard the rich keep their offshore funds at Baldur's Gate, so I'm gonna go there to collect all of their taxes to pay my way out of working for the IRS. Also, I'm here to collect your taxes as well. So please give me your money, or I will kill you.
I can't.
I will kill you.
Hey, who let the IRS in here?
I was not did not agree to this person. Gotta
I
get out.
said. Oh, what?
Oh
I didn't
my god!
Fucking stabbed orange!
That was just a warning blow. So please, give me all your money.
Okay. My name is Mead Peace, or Mead for short.
Hi, Mead.
Grew up without any parents. They died tragically in a goblin invasion on our village. They died when I was very young, and so I didn't have any friends growing up. I was drawn to books. I read every book I could get my hands on, and eventually turned into a sage. Read so many books that I legally changed my name to my favorite series, Mead Peace. You might have heard of it. It's the most popular series out there here in the Forgotten Realms. It's about a boy who's looking to find mead peace, and I too want to find the treasure of my dreams.
Oh, so you're an avid reader, huh?
Yes, and I was gonna say I'm a big fan of some of your stories. I've read them too.
Oh, really? What's your favorite?
Oh,
Is it
I really liked Two Guys, One Goblin. That was
Oh,
just
yeah,
a
yeah.
masterpiece, I would say.
I wrote that at my lowest point in jail.
Oh, but it was a phenomenal point. I really
Thank
liked
you,
that.
thank
Yeah,
you.
and so I that's how I grew up, and I'm really looking for the one true mead piece, the treasure to save myself.
Yes, I hope you find it, Mead.
Thank you. Oh, I'm also I'm a wild magic sorcerer. You'll find out what that is later. I like surprises.
Oh, okay.
I hope you guys do too.
I like money.
All right, IRS. I don't know if I can fuck with you, honestly. If I were to vote someone out, it would be the IRS.
Oh,
I think Mead Peace is the only person I can trust in this group.
Oh,
What?
okay. If you hold Alt, you could see bodies come up.
Schematic of a naughty
Oh.
Okay, so
your mind.
right here is a body you can see. You can loot.
As much living
There is a
being
weight
shit.
thing. You will be encumbered.
Goes nothing.
Oh.
Images of goblins, their habits and histories.
Hey, where did you get that
into your
gold?
mind.
Gnome sexual. Did you
None of your
go on without
business.
us?
It's none of your business.
None of your business. Oh,
Yeah.
and if you're hurt, you can click this to heal.
Feel
And now we're all healed. Hey.
Wow, I was hurt. And not from my trauma, but physically.
Oh, that's good to know. Oh!
Hey,
We got abandoned.
No more sexual. We left though. We have to go back. We must go back.
how could you leave us? We're just two pals trying to make it in the world.
I already
Okay.
didn't trust her.
Phew.
Oh, whew. Oh, it's a person. Stop!
What the?
What?
What? Hey, what?
Oh!
I'm
Get off, get
limit
off.
testing, sorry.
Wow!
Hey, get over here.
Hey, the guy is stuck in a chair. Why don't one of you click on him? See what he
Oh.
wants,
Does he have gold?
and then join the dialogue.
Oh, he's definitely dead. Oh, never mind. Oh, what?
Yes. You've come to save us from this place. From this
The
exposed
IRS doesn't
brain
like
quivers
gore.
in expectation.
Oh, you don't
Ooh.
like this brain?
No.
Before they return. If they return.
Who am I talking to? This one?
The
Okay.
newborn. Born new from this husk.
You know no creature like this. One that is more brain
Save
than person.
failed. Destroy it?
Whoa. Guys, you want to destroy the brain?
We're gonna
Okay.
kill it? What? How are we? No.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh!
What?
That's kind of fucked up.
What the?
IRS.
Yeah, what the hell, IRS?
Hey, I'm just
No
trying to do
section
my
will remember
job.
that.
What? Is it dead now? Can we take it with us?
It's kind of dead
Maybe
now.
we can sell it.
I don't
Huh?
can't trust the IRS for as much as I can throw it.
Hey, you don't mean that.
If you press Z, you could jump places. By the way.
See. Oh, I'll lose an HP.
Yeah, I would recommend not jumping if we can afford not to. If it loses HP. But if you want, you know, you can just. Amma Llama, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. Jump.
Hey,
Jump.
do that again.
Jump.
Wow, so cool.
Ooh, enhanced leap. Jump.
Oh, I walked into fire.
Oh, oh, look. Wow, meat. Look. Oh.
Oh no.
Abomination. This is your end.
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A
My
dragon's
head,
wing,
oh.
a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
My head. What is this? Scarra, you are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we
Ally?
might survive.
Did you just mind control her?
Ooh, who are you?
I, your only chance of survival.
Okay. What do you?
First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
Can't believe you just looked at her and you gaslit her into being our friend.
Hey,
Yeah, I could do
That
that.
didn't happen.
I want that power.
Oh, I died.
Oh, how did you die? What the?
Did
Wait,
she
it's
kill me while she was talking to you?
No, I was in. Hey, I'll help you.
I blame the gnome.
Oh, that was not. How do I help you? Can I
Well-
not help you?
You can pick them up.
Oh, how do I pick them up?
I will
That's
do
just-
it. I will do it.
I don't
Oh,
even see where
okay.
They are. Oh.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you,
Wow.
Mead Piece.
Mm-hmm. And I shall end my turn. You guys have may have some healing potions. Oh.
Ew.
And I will end my turn.
Oh, yummy. Oh, I also end my turn.
At the top is like the order, and usually we all like it's like we all do our turn at the same time. Usually.
Oh, okay. So one turn is all four of us.
Oh,
typically.
until people get like really fast.
Oh, okay.
Not Lazel.
Oh.
Death won't take me yet.
Death won't take me yet.
You rolled a 2?
Ooh.
You
Yeah,
rolled a
Yikes.
2?
Yikes. Oh.
You are quite pathetic, Mead.
Mm.
You are quite pathetic. I've not met a more pathetic, what race are you?
Tiefling.
I've not met a more pathetic tiefling in my
yeah.
life.
Yes, but you've heard of me.
I've not heard of you either.
You've never heard of Mead Piece? Mead Piece?
I can't say I have.
Ugh. It is rather famous. You should watch it.
Maybe Need Piece, but never Mead Piece. You see, I spent 20 years in jail.
Oh.
How did you escape jail?
Yeah,
Once the mind flayers took me out of jail and put me on their ship, I am here.
Open up.
Oh. So they kind of saved you.
Yes, now I can spread my yaoi to the masses.
Hey, did you pay the IRS for the sales of your yaoi?
I am going
Sexual?
nonverbal. I am going nonverbal.
Oh. No sexual?
I'm going nonverbal. I don't feel like talking anymore.
So
Hey,
I can
cool.
cast infinite cantrips,
wanna
right?
chat.
Cantrips are just,
Just
and I can only cast
Wanna
one
quickly touch
spell until.
Ha! Check out
whoa,
this
whoa.
funny joke.
Whoa. What the?
You.
Oh,
fuck.
guys, you have to open the sphincter. Oh, nice. You're really good at that.
Yeah,
I've done this
I
before.
have some experience.
Oh, okay.
Mind flare machinery. Better watch what I touch.
Be careful, guys. Just be careful what you touch.
I want to.
I've never had to be careful before.
Man isn't dead, but he's totally
I mean,
unresponsive.
unresponsive.
Oh. Yucky.
What is this? Oh, not poison.
They look kind of rich.
Psionic energy. Here in your mind, a brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
This person said they need
The
help.
console appears.
Oh. Look.
The
I'm gonna see if I can help them.
Unrecognizable at first.
Come in.
Ooh.
Oh. She seems pretty demanding. We should kill her.
You could help her?
Wow. Yes, I am not attracted to human women anyways. We may kill her. I think we should kill her too.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Ooh.
Construction is too alien.
I'll overlook last year's
looks familiar.
taxation.
Thank you, IRS. I did not pay. I was in jail.
Oh, I know.
Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in. Hurry! Please!
Should we help her?
Yes.
Here's the
No.
here's a contraption. Would you guys like to help her? You guys want to touch the button?
I'll
maybe
watch
this might
somebody
work.
touch.
I don't trust this button.
Okay, I will click the button.
The console mechanisms are completely unrecognizable. Nothing. The console
Oh.
remains dormant.
Oh, well.
Well, that's unfortunate. Oh.
What about those buttons at the front? Surely one of them will kill her faster.
What is that? Intellect Devourer.
There's a brain running around.
What just happened?
Oh.
Hey, why are we in battle?
Who are we battling?
What are we battling?
I don't know.
Oh,
Are we-
why are these guys outside their pods?
Did you do that? You did this.
I didn't do
So
that.
strange. So weird.
You did this.
Oh, so,
Hey, who started battle on these?
so strange.
Ooh, this one had a ring. And ooh, this one had a bottle. You guys want to try to get her out?
I'd much rather kill her, but I guess if the option to get her out and get
Do
some
you want to
information
push some of these
first.
buttons? Do these work? What about this one? What about this one?
I come.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
see sphincters that I want to enter.
Damn. I'm gonna use this
I'm mashing all the
material for my
buttons.
next book. So how else are you entering these sphincters? Can you tell me in greater detail, Orf?
I try to use my whole body as much as possible.
Oh.
How many are there?
Oh, I found the pod.
Dazed woman is trapped inside the pod.
Days will be
She
trapped.
doesn't notice.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
There's a thing you can push.
Hey, who's on the other side?
Another brain.
Or
Yeah,
wasn't
or
me.
what
That
the
wasn't me.
hell?
That wasn't me.
Jesus.
See, I told you we can't trust nomosexual.
What? Orf is the one that said
As you
they like
place your hand-
sphincters and putting their whole body into it.
Yeah, and she kept closing it, which I don't like.
All mind flayer.
Oh.
hey,
I-
just
Oh, it's a
because you're
mind
racist doesn't mean
flayer?
you can blame gnome section.
It is
Yeah,
freaking
what
out?
the-
Oh, shit.
Your racism is really putting a downer on these vibes.
Hey, I'm trying to improve that.
Guys, I think I found the button to save her. Do we want to
Okay,
do
well
it?
then save her.
Okay.
Then we kill her
The
for money.
console hums to life. But what is its purpose? Will it free the captive?
Let me out.
Transform her like that other unfortunate?
Okay, why don't I take a closer look?
I just told her there's no way out.
Oh.
Hey, move over. I'll do the Arcana check. I am the one with the much larger brain.
Nothing in the
Step
image
aside,
can
tiefling.
transform the
Let
Arcana
nomosexual
could
show
I'm
you
gonna
how
place
it's
my hand on the
done.
console.
Hideous squirming and
Ugh, so
discomfort
you're not gonna use your brains?
sensation
I can use
washes
my-
over you.
Ooh.
Your wisdom?
Whoa.
Hey, use your
Mine?
wisdom then.
Will it to open? Difficulty
Whoa.
2? I can't feel.
Whoa, I think you just barely made it. I think you barely had enough
Yikes.
wisdom for that.
Oh.
Embarrassing.
Mechanical brain of the console process your command, and a shiver runs across your mind. You feel
I don't think I expected to fail it too.
I think meat piece is lacking in both the Arcana and wisdom.
Meat piece is rather goaded,
You're
as they
fucking
say.
idiot, as they say.
Rather goaded, as they say.
Ugh. I would not know. I am a criminal.
One of you talk to her.
Hello, Shadow
I don't
Heart.
trust her.
She's kind of cute. Now that
Okay, why don't you date her then? Jeez.
I'm hetero, but I am trying to be gay.
You're the IRS.
reaches into her thoughts.
And the IRS is
Feeling
hetero.
Gratitude,
Just say.
Oh, how do you? Can you toss comic dice
What are you,
right now?
nomophobic?
a will to survive.
What? She's not even a gnome.
You got the highest charisma.
Hey,
I think
if
you're
you
getting
wanna
us
look at
mixed
a-
up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's my delusions. The voices in my head.
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us. We need to deal with that.
What is charisma even
To
for?
get off this thing. Let's join up.
She wants to join up, everybody. I'm
Right.
Let's get
IRS.
going. I'm the IRS.
Oh shit, she's not gonna join us.
Make for easy targets or group together like that. I think I'll take my chances alone.
Oh
if it's all
wow,
safe.
you have no
Less conspicuous.
Yeah, literally no riz.
zero riz.
Hey,
Thank you.
hey, I tried my
Literally
best.
zero riz.
Ooh, what's that?
Hey, what did she just take? What was that? Hey, we have to kill her.
Worry not, mortal. I will find her. I will exterminate her as I exterminate the squirrels.
What the hell?
Oh, it's like here, I think.
What's
Who is
happening?
di-
happening?
What?
It's him.
Ham?
No
Should I press-
homosexual.
Should I press yes?
Yeah. We have to go there anyways, I think.
I was like, you guys want to...
Oh, it's just us in the. You look great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh
How
my
do I-
god.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, he's getting owned.
Oh
I call
my
dibs.
god.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Okay.
Little.
We need to get out. The IRS told us to get out.
Oh. I can't hit anything.
Wow,
It's
you're
over for me.
you're faster than all of us.
Oh, that's so pog.
Hey, I do no damage. I just walked into the
Missed.
fire, guys, on accident.
Ah, silly gnomes. The classic.
I just kind of walked in on fire on accident.
Can you just burn?
Don't worry,
Wherever
I'll
you
bring you
are.
closer to it. Oh.
Athletics failed? Ew, guess you're not very good at anything.
Ooh.
Whoa,
Oh.
you're really good at taking damage. Ow, what the?
Go hit that lesser imp.
Oh my god, thank you for the EXP, baby.
You're welcome, baby. Oh wait, sorry. I'm the IRS. I have no ties to the mortal realm.
You did not. You. Okay.
What's wrong?
I'm all greasy now.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Orf.
Anyone want to join me in the grease?
Oh, like a little slip and slide, a little grease slip and slide.
I think I'm okay.
What can Meat Piece do here?
Anything they put their heart and mind to.
Oh. Oh, additional action?
Let's go.
Okay, Meat Piece popped off.
Somebody die?
Hello?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yo.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
I want to loot. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, where to?
You guys are
I am.
okay, cool. Let me.
Here, you take my phone and you put it in. Ooh.
Hog.
Hey, you're gonna hit that, right? Ooh.
Ooh, yikes.
Yikes.
IRS did not like that.
Why is the IRS so far back?
You.
I don't know.
The IRS should be kind of closer to the fight, huh?
IRS will move up a little bit. Oh, I'm in the grease. Yucky. Wait. Did I just fall over?
No, most sexual. Your tattoos are very.
I got them in prison.
Oh, I see. They're gang tattoos.
No, they are from the squirrels. It is to remind me of what they've taken from me. Never forget your roots. Not to trauma dump, but I was kind of abused by a squirrel growing up.
It's very sad.
You mean it?
Yeah.
I don't want to trauma dump, but
No, go ahead.
I
and
was in a
trauma dump.
sexual relationship with a squirrel when I was 14.
Wow.
And they turned on me.
They did. That's so unfortunate. Wow. How does that make you feel?
Awful. Terrible. I'm going to die.
Oh, don't die yet. You have to pay your taxes for this year, too.
If I jump, will it hit me?
Why don't you try?
I shan't. I shan't do it. I'm going to conjure a minor illusion because I am very good at being delusional.
Say that again.
And I end my turn.
Are your illusions always minors?
Or you can't just ask.
I've been in jail for 20 years. I just... No comment. I can... Leave me alone! Jesus!
I think when we get out of here, we should take Gnome Sexual to therapy.
I'm nonverbal. I've been in jail for 20 years. I don't even know. I don't even know my purpose in life.
Take this shit. Mario will have your head.
Can I accidentally hit party members?
She just.
Wait.
Hit the floor.
What was that? Everyone, League of Legends missing ping. League of Legends missing ping.
Oh.
Guys, I'm getting kind of owned.
You're doing fine. You're doing
You think
so
so?
good. Look at that.
Getting kind of. I think they're gonna. Oh, phew.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, we must defeat Commander Zalk. Oh!
Surely he'll die.
Ha.
Oh.
You tried to fight me. Oh.
What is that?
Wait, where is this?
Oh.
Coming from the behind, in through the sphincter.
Oh, the
Through the sphincter.
Oh.
In through the sphincter. Two men at once. 2 men at once through the sphincter.
Oh, 2 men at once.
Just like my award-winning.
No, say
Leave it to me.
Oh, Orf, take the sword.
Ooh. I will gladly take the sword.
Hey, I want that sword.
This isn't the sword I'm looking for, though.
Oh.
Orf, can I have that? Can I? Hey, Orf.
Yeah, here, I'll drop on the ground.
Oh!
Is it actually? Oh, what? Are we getting hecked?
What the hell just happened? Or
Let me
just got
finish.
knocked over by the mind flayer.
Oh, good thing you gave me that sword.
No
Before you fell.
way.
Me.
No way. What happened?
What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
If I remember,
One shot.
Maybe
we are
the mind
down.
flayers weren't the good guys after all.
Do I?
Dossie Mia, welcome back for
you?
25 months.
Do
Thanks
you
for
like
subbing.
that?
I can't believe
Or,
it's 2 years. Yeah, it's been a
small
long
feet?
time. 2 years.
Or should I continue to
Time
fight?
flies.
Hey, I paid my taxes already.
Hey, I don't see the sword. I'm coming. Can I still hit? Oh, I cannot.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I died again.
I didn't want to get hit. Oh, it's so unfortunate.
Don't worry, guys. I'm jumping. I'll get us out of here. I'll get us out of here.
I believe in you. You can do this, gnome sexual. I've never believed in anybody more.
You want me. You want me so bad. I'm sorry, but I'm only sexually attracted to gnomes and squirrels.
Hey, why can't you change for me? The IRS.
Turn around.
What? No, you turn around. I'm not turning around. Are we going to die here?
Oh! Oh, we need to get out.
No.
No, worry not, friends. I am right next to the exit.
Hey, where's the sword? Is it still on the ground? Otherwise, I will just
It's in Orf's inventory. Don't worry about it. We can trade items later.
Okay.
I have the sword.
Leave.
No
I don't know
way.
if you left.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
No freaking way. Everyone just got knocked down. What the?
Oh, Lord.
Oh my god. Put the tentacles on you.
I call dibs. I call dibs on the tentacles.
Oh, you could write a story about this. Yo.
Yeah, I will be writing my novel when we are at the camp site. Whoa, gnome down, gnome down! That dragon is mad sexy.
I thought you were only sexually attracted
Ah, my midlife crisis! Ah!
you a mask.
What?
What are you trying to
Why?
say?
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
It's just to show my affection and love
You
for you.
look like a tennis ball.
Oh my God, it's true. Like a dirty little tennis
You look
ball.
like a tennis ball.
What? No, I don't. What do you mean?
No, look at yourself.
What? I have to get undressed. I'm so ashamed now. I'm so
No,
embarrassed. I gotta get undressed.
We'll just buy your little mask and everything will be good.
I have to get undressed. I'm just so embarrassed.
No, please don't. Please
I have to
keep
get
your clothes
undressed.
on.
I have to get
Please.
undressed. I'm so embarrassed.
I'm gonna
Please.
join you. I'm gonna just take it
Oh,
off.
don't. Why? Look at what you started. No. You-
This is a nudist colony. We are a traveling troupe of nudist clowns.
Hmm.
There's only one clown in our troop.
Yeah. Looks at the IRS in the eyes.
Glances at Mead.
I just don't know.
Oh no, ship down. Is this where we all die?
Oh, God damn!
It doesn't look okay.
You're freaking. Oh, you just got
Oh.
bludgeoned in the head by a rock.
Oh God.
Okay, little Smurfette.
No, not the IRS. Oh.
Damn, the IRS. Hey, we should have let the IRS die.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Hey, pay your taxes.
We should have let the IRS
Hey,
die.
even if I die, you can't escape me.
God damn. Owie, my head.
Oh.
Brain
Wait,
damage.
Where are we?
As you wake, the tadpole.
Yes,
is
where
still
are
in
we,
your skull.
Mead? You are in my cutscene.
What?
Chaos of the
Oh.
crash
Look
site
around the
confuses
crash
the
scene.
landscape. You'll need to fight, and you'll need to do it quickly. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking.
We need a cure.
You need a cure.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Oh. Oh, the tadpole is in our... Oh. We're gonna die. We're gonna die out here.
As my feet can carry me.
Oh, I found someone.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Take it. Take it. Steal. Take it.
Oh, that sword.
Take it. Steal it. Take it.
I'm gonna go talk to the dead girl.
We should probably.
I wonder what this is.
Oh, so you're the klepto.
Oh.
Tell me to mind myself around you.
Oh.
Oh. I think we have to kill Mead.
We gotta get rid of me.
Wow.
Can't trust
What are
him.
you doing? Checking to see if you were alive.
Alive, yes.
Oh my god, Lee's a
Thank
klepto
you
and
for
a
the
liar.
Real.
Speaking of, how are we alive?
Doesn't matter. We made it.
Seems
So
like we're the lucky
true.
ones, judging by all the corpses strewn about. I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing.
What happened to our Gith friend? I almost thought this read
True.
goth friend.
You might want to reconsider
Just
calling
left
her a
us.
friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
No.
What does she mean by this?
Now
First things
what?
first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
You wanna come with me?
We need each other. And we both know
Hey,
what's at
she left
stake.
us last time.
Can't think of better company.
Oh, it was because it was you. Alright,
Oh.
let's get going.
With hangers
Damn,
on.
Riz
Oh,
L.
I marked my camp and you can rest
But
there.
don't delay.
Can we kill her?
Kill her,
Sorry. I just... She seems a little suspicious, and I don't like that she trusted you, but not me.
Ooh.
Oh, we don't share loot?
No.
Oh, no. Wait, where did... Uh-oh, I picked up a barrel.
Oh,
Yeah.
You might be able to use that later. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
There's some fish here.
Oh, there's a brain. Oh. Can I drink water?
Oh, we all leveled up. So whenever this happens, go look at the bottom left and click the button.
Oh, level up. Okay.
Oh.
Oh. Hog. Oh my god, thank god we have more health.
Oh my god. Okay, well.
Hey, but we didn't even win that fight. We don't deserve
What is
this.
double the duration of summits? Twin sounds really good. I can hit 2.
What if I this here?
Who?
What happened?
What? Who the fuck hit me?
Why are 2 people bleeding?
I don't know, what the heck? Orf, why did you throw that bomb at us?
What are you
Crazy.
talking about?
Okay. You're a racist and a liar. That's
Here, who
crazy.
needs healing? I can heal someone,
I
I
need to
think.
heal.
Oh god. Oh, what do I want to do? I kind of want to do a single target one because I have 2. What do I do? Ray?
Oh. How do I...
There you go.
And then I do twinned and careful?
Oh, thank you.
What the fuck is a saving throw? It's probably just distance spell. Whew. I feel stronger now.
You're so strong and cool.
I feel bigger now.
Why do you...
Something good here, I
Are you bigger? Did you grow since our last fight?
Yeah, I'll show you later.
What does that mean? I'll kill you.
Ooh, look at that purple stuff. Ah!
Hey, what's that?
When you press M, you can see all the waypoints you can travel to.
Oh my god, this game's big. Here come.
Oh no, it's locked. What do we do?
Time to... Oh. Wait, I can use my thief tools to pick a lock? How do I use my thief tools? Right mouse button, open context menu. Oh. Oh, I have to roll a 20.
Hey, do it. You got this.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah,
Oh,
roll
okay.
it. Oh, failed?
Oh,
useless.
Oh.
You're so useless.
Oh my god, it was so close.
What did you roll?
Well, I rolled a 15, but then I got some buffs and it gave me a 19.
God damn.
Oh.
Anyways.
No. This is so tragic.
How does this work?
What the...
Oh. Interesting.
need to find a way forward.
I see some.
Oh.
Oh.
One strike could be lethal.
Where?
They're pretty far.
Pretty far forward?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think you just walked into fire.
I don't think so.
Did you end your turn after?
I think you're staying in the fire.
I couldn't move anymore.
Mm,
Can I go backwards? Hey, don't worry about it.
I-
We have heals.
I have one more heal.
Oh, there's a. It's not. It's not infinite.
No, it's not.
Ignis. Oh, that's all I got.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's all I got. I was like looking around everything. I'm like, I wonder what I could do with it. No. Oh, I have an idea.
What the hell? I didn't realize Pam was naked.
What?
I thought that was a. Sorry, I mean, gnome.
What?
Gnome, when did you take off your clothes?
I don't know what you mean by that.
What? What the?
Do not know what you mean by that.
Put on your clothes, gnome.
Just don't know what you mean by that.
Put on your. Put on your clothes. Every time I look at that.
Oh my god.
What? What's wrong?
One day, I'll get you break.
Ow. Ow.
No way. No way.
Huh?
Scar just tried to pass through the fire, but I might have body blocked him. I think she passed into the fire.
Good job, gnome.
That is a problem. Oh, okay, what if I do this? What if I do this? What is wild magic? I guess it just randomly happens. Hey, we're the best.
Hey, let's go.
And this sword is kind of sick.
Let's go.
Guys are kind of on fire.
Ow.
What happened?
I was on fire.
Guys, can you leave the squirrel cutscene for me?
The what?
The
What?
squirrel cutscene?
What squirrel cutscene?
If you see the squirrel cutscene, can you leave it for me?
Oh yes, yes, of course.
Okay.
If we
Thank
see a
you.
squirrel, you can
Thank you.
absolutely loot it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's a chest up here.
Oh, I only have 2 health. What? Ollie, what happened?
Anyone want a toxin? Anyone toxic here?
Me, me.
All of them.
You don't mean that.
More for me.
More for me.
Hope this ends well.
Guys, I found the sexy vampire.
Huh?
Huh? Coming. Where?
Why?
To me,
you are very far ahead of us.
We're coming for the vampire, the sexiness in particular.
Hurry.
Oh my god.
I've
you're
got one of
right.
those brain
Why are you
things.
stanced like that with no clothes?
Yeah, can you please put on some clothes?
You can kill
Please.
it, can't you? Like you killed the others.
Please. Please. It zooms it.
There. Can you see it?
Oh, Connor, welcome back for 24 months. Thanks for your
I'm
suppers.
gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up.
Just a dumb boy.
I fucking hate you.
Relieved until you see the flash of a dagger.
Feel good.
Put it away.
No. Please put away your
away.
gigantic penis. Please put it away. Put it away, please.
I just need information. I saw you scuttling about.
I'll put my underpants on after this cutscene.
Oh, thank God.
Your mind twists.
Did you? He looked. You
Unfamiliar
killed him.
eyes prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light the fear.
What was that? What's going on?
You think he wants me?
The
I don't
worm.
think so.
I don't think so.
Of course.
You don't think he wants me?
That
I think
explains
that's
things.
a little delusional gnome.
And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with.
Not yes, it's part of the game, dude.
Apologies.
Ooh, yeah, money,
I'm
money.
out of wine and
Oh,
flowers,
I was
so an
hoping for
introduction
some
suffice.
favors.
My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate.
Oh,
when this
No.
beast
Baldur's Gate?
snatched me.
Baldur's Gate
Oh?
title drop.
Is that so? We clearly move in different
You don't think he wants? Do you think he wants me?
So,
He doesn't like you.
He
do you
doesn't
know
want
anything
you.
about these words?
What?
I think he might
No.
even H
Of
word
that much
you.
we can be certain. These
I'm sorry,
worms are already
no.
affecting me.
I know
I
you
can
were
feel it.
really into
Hopelessly
him.
in love with
No.
me?
What to do about it?
No, not quite.
I was ready to go this alone.
Putting him in my
But maybe
camp for
sticking
later.
with the herd isn't a bad idea.
How come everyone likes
Safety in numbers,
Astarion?
after all.
Little look at
And
him.
I hate to turn down an
He
invitation.
hates you, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
We didn't want to say it.
Maybe
but-
I'll see you.
You
there.
guys are just being mean for no reason because you saw my cock earlier.
Hey, put on some pants,
He still stands like that.
please.
Here, here,
there
here,
they go.
here, put some
Oh
clothes
my
on. Does that
fucking
make
God.
you feel better? Does that make you feel
Yeah.
more comfortable? My
do feel
freaking bad.
comfortable.
Jesus. You didn't have to hurt my feelings like that.
I think we had to. But it was for your own good.
You approach the dying
Ooh, I pushed
monster.
the mind flare.
This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion.
Huh?
Compassion.
Hey, what's this?
I should feel furious.
Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished
Oh.
for it.
Oh.
What kind of
You should
punishment?
be
I
whipped.
I whipped.
Bow
whipping.
before this
Whoa.
creature in shame.
think you'll like
It's
that.
possessing your mind, forcing you to love it, but then the feeling
Sick fuck.
slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere.
You have to roll that? You have to roll that? You have to roll that? I hope you fail.
Oh, 10?
-1 intelligence, actually?
Huh, don't worry, I have advantage.
You're rolling advantage?
What the?
Whoa, you really
Your
didn't
mind's
want to
fused,
fail that.
for something just gone. But then its grip claws back with a vengeance, a vice locking your mind into obedience. It needs sustenance to survive, and with your
Well,
very
I can
body,
provide it
you
with
can
sustenance?
provide.
Breast milk, breast milk.
Ooh,
Boobs.
ooh. A 5, and I have a +3 with 2 dice.
So easy.
This is an overkill.
Oh yeah.
You feel the creature's thoughts stumble against your magic, your will to resist. The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate malice.
Close those eyes forever? Damn.
Whoa!
Oh,
You
what
oh.
the?
stomped on the mead peace? More like mead violence. Jesus!
Ooh,
My
he has
God.
a potion of speed.
Yikes.
Someone should take that.
I'll take it. Yay! Come steal it.
You just like taking everything, don't you, IRS?
Oh
Sure.
god. Ooh.
All mine.
Oh, it's another waypoint.
Portal.
What's going on with that room?
Ooh.
You
Do we all
approach
have
the
to
sim-
touch it?
Oh, wait a second. It looks like it's malfunctioning. Touch the sigil.
Oh, we can't. We can't speak. We can't speak to it. Oh my god, that was such a cool move, Gnome. Wow.
You mean it?
Yeah, wow, you jumped so far.
Wait,
Because
wait,
when we
wait.
jump in and hop in, we drop in. Dropping.
Wait, we
Everybody
lost
get
the
down.
mead
Dropping.
piece.
Wait,
Everybody get
Mead
down.
is in
Dropping.
a conversating to get a teammate.
On my way back. On my way back.
Is that really faster than running? Jesus.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders. Now a quick little pull should do the trick.
Whoa. Ooh, you're just touching his arm like that? What are you, wench?
Oh. Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, it looks like a human. Looks like we can trust him.
Oh,
Oh,
we
okay,
can.
so the racism comes back, or if I see just because I'm a gnome?
Hey, I didn't say anything about a gnome.
Sorry, I get really defensive easily.
No need to apologize. Are you alright?
A bit shocked.
No need to
Friend,
apologize.
it's a relief.
I don't need to, it's just years of repressed trauma
talking
from
to you,
when
I'm
I
talking
was
to
abused
Gail.
by... Oh.
In a manner
oh.
of speaking.
We can talk about you after, though.
Yeah, after.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, I was on the
only
not
assume you
worried.
two were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
He's kind of cool.
Go on.
The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers?
Oh.
A process known as
Gestation?
Ceramorphosis.
It is to be avoided.
He's so smart.
You don't happen to be a cleric by any
I'm
chance,
smarter.
do you?
Baby?
A doctor?
Baby?
So.
I'm
Hey,
smarter,
you already
baby.
turned me down. I think
handing
I'm
a drink
into
with a little
Gale
needle.
now.
What
The
the-
IRS liked Gale. He paid his taxes on time, unlike somebody.
I possess many gifts, but tadpole extraction is not one of them. I can't cure a
Those
parasite.
few enough can. Not exactly a common affliction. We're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more?
Oh, yes,
and look
please.
For a healer together.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join me.
I see you're traveling with plenty of company already. Perhaps I can
Uh,
join. I'll make
One of
my
you
way
guys
to
has
your
to
camp
leave
and
so we
embark-
can get tail.
Gale? Gale?
Tail. Like
I made
tail?
one
Like
already.
ass?
Oh.
I don't think we need that. Gnome sexual use jump. Gnome sexual use.
You jumped so far.
Yeah, why do you jump super far?
I have a skill called enhanced leap. I was just using it the entire day, the entire time. Whoa, there are humans here.
Humans.
Ooh, I like humans.
Oh, sorry, elves and a gnome.
Oh, a gnome. Ew.
Hey, I'm a gnome.
Wait, where
We
did you guys
know.
go?
Guys, I'm by the chapel. Are you guys coming?
Oh, right here. Who are you talking
Oh, it
to?
is a gnome.
Talk to a gnome.
After bloody backbone. But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt?
I'm gonna intimidate them.
Okay.
Watch this.
Oh.
Fucking easy.
Oh.
It is literally. Yeah, all I have to do is look at them, and then they. So easy.
Well,
Well, yeah.
in that case,
Well, I meant.
come on, you lot. No point in
I gotta
getting
get out of
killed.
here.
Second worm gets the cheese and all. Second mouse gets the cheese. No? Nobody's getting any damn cheese. Now move it.
Nobody gets cheese.
I'm just so
Yeah.
naturally terrifying.
Fight on our hands.
Wait.
Yeah, but I think it's not for the reasons you think it is. Oh, hey, I laid down.
What do you think the reasons are?
I think if you're naturally large.
I will take off my pants again.
Don't do it. Don't do it while you're lying down.
As a threat, I will.
Please. I don't mean it.
Oh my god, you laid down.
No. No way.
Stop. Stop. Oh my god.
I'm gonna cover that.
Oh. What?
Wait,
For the
guys,
best,
guys,
really.
guys. Do you see
Oh,
this?
yes. Are you pinging?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What is that? Hey, what's this? There's something underneath here.
Oh, should we go down?
There's something underneath here.
There's something underneath
Oh, I did not
here.
mean to do that. Hold on. Sorry.
Do I hit finish?
Yeah, hit finish. We fucking leave this shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. There we go. Oh my god.
Fog.
Hey, what the? Hey!
Hey, what happened to you?
Help!
Right there.
Help! Guys, I don't. Something just came. What?
What is happening?
I'm taking off my pants because of this.
No, you're not.
Guys, my team is griefing me. It's like they don't want me to live or something.
Hey, put your pants back on.
I just don't know.
Hey.
I just don't know anymore.
Hey, put your pants back on. Hey.
I just don't know.
Hey, where are your pants? Put
The charges, you'll get a couple of those? Wait, really? Oh, cost what source?
You need to go.
Like, she went down.
Oh. What's wrong with him?
Who's Mari?
I'm sorry, I mean gnome.
Guys, I'm in battle with 1 HP and I don't know how to get out of here.
Oh.
Hey, we're here with you. At least some of us are.
I'm feeling.
Put a gaping wound into them.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on.
Oh, you see the oil barrels?
Huh? Where are they?
Can you shoot them?
Oh boy.
Can you throw fire at it? So easy.
Let's
so
go.
Pog. So pog. Huge brain.
Oh, he ran away. Oh.
They ran through the fire.
So easy. Guys, I'm downed. Someone has to resuscitate me. Someone has to.
Not it.
I don't trust the gnome still.
I don't believe in mouth to mouth.
Guys, someone has to. Someone has to flip me over and suck mouth to mouth.
I think we'll be okay without her.
Help, guys, help! Gnome down. Someone has to give me a kiss on my gnome lips, on my bright metallic yellow gnome lips, please.
Do you guys hear something?
Mead, you are right next to me. Help! Help!
Say my full name.
Mead, please.
Tell me I'm real.
You are the certified realist.
Oh.
I do want to say Gale could replace our gnome.
Oh, Gale could replace.
Okay.
Oh, true. Where's
Gale cannot replace. Then you will not have a gnome, and you will look incredibly racist. You need me in your party.
What happens if I just turn around and stab you again?
Hey, you wouldn't do that to me, would you?
I don't know. I've never had anything against gnomes, but I partied with one. Cat disappeared.
you summon another miner?
Hey, it was a kitty cat. Possibly a young kitty cat, but we just don't know.
You put a miner in a compromising position? That's
We just do not
messed up.
know. That was to save you guys.
Oh wow, he missed.
Nice. Hey, how come your speed is so high?
God, Paladins look so OP. He just did 222. Oh.
Wow. Me when I get concussive smashed.
Yeah. Oh, why did it put me on that side?
Wow, nice one, IRS.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's kind of dashing. Because we're jumping and hopping, we dashing.
Nice
Oh.
miss. Idiot. Alright, you know what to do, gnome.
I will. Did I poison you?
I think.
No way I poisoned you.
I think you.
No way I poisoned you.
I'm pretty sure that definitely hit us.
No way I hit you guys. No way I hit you guys.
It kind of hurt a little bit.
No way I hit you guys.
Yeah, it's no problem. Don't worry. I'll save you.
No
thank
way.
God. Thank you. I'll overlook her transgressions.
Oh, he can see me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That
Okay,
hurt.
This is looking a little bad. How about we close the door?
Oh. Okay. Oh, good push, good push.
Them?
Yeah. Get them away.
Yeah, now you get in here and you close the door, and we just leave them with the IRS.
All right.
Hey, wait! Don't close it yet! Don't close it yet! You
All right, let's go back.
please! Hurry out!
Oh!
Deserved.
heck?
Honestly deserved. Honestly deserved. Yo, get fucked. Get fucked. They saw what you did.
This guy's kind of weak. This guy's kind of weak.
Oh, thank God.
So easy.
You should maybe use a potion.
Don't worry. I
have
will
anymore.
be using a potion. I have 1 HP left.
Oh, goodbye, IRS.
What the hell? Hey, can somebody revive IRS, please?
I can try.
Thank you.
Hey, do you think he's gonna hit me? He might hit me. I end my turn.
With disadvantage. Oh, that does not look good.
Help! Oh, thank you. This is so pog.
I think I have tried to figure out what to do.
Close this door so he stopped getting shot.
Okay. And beat his ass. Oh.
Heal?
Pog?
Yeah, beat his ass with your really. Oh, damn.
Wow.
Wow, you did 2
Yay,
damage.
2 damage.
Wow.
That was very cool. Very awesome.
That was great.
Oh, they opened the door.
Close the door again. Close the door again.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, but now there's 2 in here.
Well, we can't really do much about that.
Okay, I don't have any other actions.
Can you heal yourself?
No.
It's so over.
I can take a different potion.
Just,
And then, hey, I can't leave. Why can't I go backwards? Am I being body blocked right now?
You might be.
Yeah.
Well.
We can kill him before he kills us.
Okay.
We cannot kill him before he kills us.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, it's kind of dark over there.
Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. Just all all started when someone hit a rock on my head and killed me. I just don't know who did it.
That's so strange. Nobody in the party would do that.
I just don't know who dropped that rock on my head and killed me.
I have a feeling that when you climbed down with 1 HP, that was not the rock thrower's fault.
Did you not see my PowerPoint? I'm impulsive.
Did you? Yeah, I did read about that.
Yeah, that's my character. I'm impulsive.
Don't worry, get up.
You just spanked me a little bit.
Oh yeah, did you like it?
Yeah, my ass is full out.
The IRS is feeling weird about this.
I'm going to have to heal. There's no other action I can take.
Nice potion.
Oh wait, they're being defeated by the door. Oh, okay.
It's so easy. It's so easy. We are so
Nice.
back. We are so
Nice.
back. It is so back.
We're so good. We're so good.
Yeah, let's freaking go. Hey, what the
Uh-oh.
fuck? No way. Hey. It is
Are we
I didn't
dead?
know about this one.
so over again. Why did they just AoE us and leave?
It's so fucked.
You're gonna spank me again?
Ooh.
Okay. I would like to walk out of line of sight. I would love to
don't-
walk out of line of sight. Would make me incredibly happy to walk out of line of
you one
sight.
time. Oh, that. Oh, can throw a healing potion. Work on 2 people.
Thank you.
Oh,
Er,
it's
We kind
over
of
for
need
me.
Orf. There's no
Uh-oh.
fucking way. It just line of sighted me through the door. If only I wasn't so impulsive. Ah, stupid gnome. It's just the trauma I have from the squirrels that have led me to be so impulsive. What am I to do when I see a hole? Not jump in it?
hey,
Why
you're
is that-
dodging responsibility.
Oh.
Hey, what is this?
Well, what is
I.
on top of you?
My wild magic can do random things when I cast spells.
Oh, so you
Right.
spawn that on top of you? I call
Really?
that wild. That is quite wild.
I thought you had good luck.
Wow, she's shooting me while I'm down.
Yeah,
That's
that's,
so
fucked
funny.
up.
Oh, what the?
Don't worry, guys. I just did a death saving roll.
How did you do that?
I just don't know. I just need to be picked up now. Hey, you're gonna kill him, right?
Yeah. So then we can live and go home together.
Yeah.
Happily ever after.
I'm
Oh,
muddy.
you're muddy.
Ew.
Ooh.
That's disgusting. What do you mean, ooh?
Hey, there's only 1 unit left. I'm about to die.
You'll save yourself, right?
I will save myself. That is true.
Oh.
It is so over.
I don't even know where my body is.
When does the begging and pleading start? I'm very good at that. Whoa, where's it going?
Left.
Oh.
Oh, wait. What?
Wait.
It's helping you?
Oh.
Now throw fire on the ground.
Oh.
Oh, it is helping
Oh.
us.
Oh my god.
Hey.
This is the best thing ever.
Thank you for grabbing my ass. I will, once I get a turn, I will throw fire at the oil.
Okay. Wait. And also, I can't use this turn. That's awkward.
Put on your pants. When did they come
No!
off again?
What
Uh-oh.
the? It just comes back to do that? Do not shoot me, I swear to God. Okay, okay. Will this hit the oil on the ground? What the fuck? That didn't... What about the oil on the ground?
My
Guys?
God.
What is going on?
I hit the door.
Ooh. Embarrassing.
What the... No way.
Me is realizing this. Oh?
Not another one! Where are you spawning these from? Jesus!
It's a young one.
Stop! Why do you keep pointing? You. What's wrong with them being young?
Nothing. I just noticed it.
Yeah, this one.
Oh,
Ow.
Oh.
Your thing does AoE damage on death?
This is so fucked. This is so fucked.
We've been dead for so long.
Oh my god. I got that cat.
Do not hit me.
Oh,
No
well.
freaking way.
I don't know. This is looking a little rough, guys.
No, we got this.
I cannot believe your thing. Hey, don't kill that. That does AoE damage on death, apparently.
What the?
Oh, thank you for helping me up. I just don't know what to
nice.
do. Yeah, that was very kind of you. Gonna have to get the fuck out of here.
True.
That thing's gonna come back and hit me. Just flies in to hit me. Real? It's over.
Over.
Oh, they're fighting.
Hey, can I fireball it? You are gonna be very unhappy
Let me go first.
if
let me
this
go first.
explodes.
Hey, did we save?
I think it auto-saves. I'm pretty sure it auto-saves.
What happens if we load game?
I think it auto-saves.
Load save game?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it auto-saved. I
oh.
think we're good. I think we auto-saved. I think we auto-saved. I think we're okay.
Oh.
I think it's okay.
Wow. That was a hard fight. Do we have to do that again?
Yes.
Technically,
no.
no.
We don't have to.
But do we want to?
We could.
You
make? Did you make another lobby?
Yeah, it's loading.
Frozen?
I'm in a loading screen.
It says 0%.
Oh, I am frozen. My screen is like.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
Do I alt F4?
I think I need an alt F4.
Okay, yeah, my game.
My game is.
Oh, the launcher closed. What the? So let's go back and review that, guys. What went wrong there?
I think it all started when someone dropped a rock on my head.
You know
I think it's weird that your head is so big it got hit. No one else got hit.
I think it's so weird. Okay, maybe. Cause I have a big brain. Jesus.
Oh.
I don't think that's what that means.
I just have so much knowledge in here. Just so smart from
Oh,
all
I
the
got a
yaoi
haircut
I've been
today,
writing in
guys.
prison.
Like, I fucking love getting haircuts.
Oh, you're
It's
still
so
doing
nice.
that?
I'm still doing. I was in prison an hour ago. I was only now freed because of the tentacle men.
Wait, do I hit continue, or how does this work for multiplayer?
I think you just pick continue.
Okay, and you guys can just join the game.
I hope so.
Oh, have you guys never wiped before?
I've only wiped once, but I have so many close calls.
Oh wow, feel so lucky.
First time for everything.
I have never
Okay.
seen a wild magic thing that summons an evil minion.
Yeah, that explodes on death.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that part was a little fucked. And
Yeah,
then
it
you
was a
summoned
little
two.
fucked. Yeah, I summoned 2 of them.
And it summons more, man.
Oh yay! I see you guys.
You make the lobby.
Yeah, you guys are just standing here. Invite to game.
On my way, my fellow friends.
Wow.
My travelers in my party in waiting. My travelers party. Who wants to sit by the campfire and share silly little stories and possibly kiss?
None of
Not
those.
me.
Guys, I'm in battle! Guys, I have 1 HP still. Hello?
Wait, did you?
Are you still? Oh, she's still down there.
So the save state was.
The save state is down here.
It's okay, it's
do you guys-
okay.
do we want to heal first?
We can't, because she's down. Oh, I mean, we can. We
Oh
can.
yeah, we
So-
can.
Oh, here. Yeah, let's heal first.
Phew.
Guys?
Whew.
Without to me?
And then we go down there.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm going.
Guys, I think we need to explode this oil barrel. If we can. Would be quite amazing.
Oh yeah, I concur.
Should mind my step.
Do I have to leave?
Cutting to the chase.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
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 Wait,
It did
that
a
was-
lot, actually.
Yeah.
Wait, do you want to close the door or? 'Cause I can unpin right.
Wait, that did a lot more
I
damage
think we're
than
still
last time.
casting through it.
Yeah.
Ah, he's mad.
I'm sure we're 00 thanks to someone to stream. Oh?
Hey, what the? I didn't deserve
Oh.
that.
Wow, we could have just did it like this. Wow.
Easy.
We're really good at the game.
Yeah, we are. Oh wait, it's over? Sorry, I was looking at.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, if you just hit the oil barrel, it does 50 damage to like 3-4 people.
Huh.
Ooh, there's a
But,
lot.
yeah, the last one was way more fun.
Yeah.
Well, there's an altar here.
Aw.
This
Oh,
brings me
must
back.
pray. Back to where?
When I was raised by my nun.
No locks.
Hey, I didn't sign up for the trauma dumping.
You do not recognize the language on
Hey,
the plaque.
do we know different languages? I don't recognize the language on the plaque.
Let me try to read it.
You do not recognize.
I
the
do not
language on the
recognize it.
plaque.
I'm a gnome.
Oh, I can read it.
You can?
Text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten
Wow. I'm gonna need some.
It's dedication to God.
No lock. No handle. How does it open?
That's all it says? Just dedication to God.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll aggro me? He'll aggro me.
No, surely not.
He will.
There's
Oh,
books here.
okay.
Anyone a book fan?
Not really.
Me and no sexual might be in a fight.
What?
Huh?
No,
happened?
we are not.
I'm coming.
Coming.
I am blocked by a gnome.
Mm.
The
Can you
classic.
jump over the gnome? Press Z. Oh, never mind. Yeah, can you like jump over it like a Z?
I don't know yet.
I did not intend to be here. I did not intend to be here.
Oh, you could shove her.
Yeah, I try to shove.
Hmm. You're stuck here with me.
Yeah, it is not me who is stuck here with you. It is you who is stuck here with me. Oh, you're a sheep.
Oh my
He's a
God.
sheep.
That's such a cute little sheep.
3 HP. Does he get... Oh.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Ah, that was
Looks
embarrassing.
away.
Okay.
Wait, how do I?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Sorry, I
thank
moved
God.
out of the way for you guys. Does that help?
Yeah.
Oh, easy.
Ooh, a key.
Awesome. Yeah. That was very beautiful, guys. Keep up the good work.
Wow.
No more prayers. Only silence and dust.
Hey, don't let them...
Oh.
Oh, the cutting board here. Anyone cook?
No?
The IRS does not cook.
Huh. I perhaps could be a chef. I could try to be the best chef.
It's been a long day. I hope to rest soon.
There's a door over here. What's this door do?
Ancient, indecipherable
Oh.
text covers the plaque.
It,
Oh.
Want to open the door?
the door
Hey,
is...
what's the key for? Can we use the key for the door over
Oh,
here?
yeah.
Wait, I just went through the door.
Oh, you're gonna have to come back.
Hi.
It's right here. This is the key for sure.
No lock, no handle.
Oh.
How's it open?
Can you right click and attack the door here?
You can try.
Or yeah. Try
It's
that.
sturdy.
Oh, easy.
Oh, what the?
Hmm.
Kind of goated.
Excellent. What about this door? Oh, come in. Hmm.
And welcome to MTV Pimp My Crib. This is my house. Down
What?
here, you can... Down here is my dank crypt.
The dank crypt.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can sit wherever you like.
This place is so homey.
Thank you.
Oh, those didn't seem very heavy.
That noise.
I hear breathing.
Yeah, what is that?
Phasmophobia ghost noise.
Yeah, what?
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Who entered turn-based mode?
There is a
What the?
I just got
What
absolutely
happened? Guys, what happened? Whoa! Oh, no way!
Fuck? What? Okay. Well, unfortunate.
Nice.
What
I
happened there?
think I got this.
You do?
No, I don't got it.
I think I got this.
I believe.
You have to turn on turn-based mode for this, okay? We're looking for a way to shut off everything, okay? Do you guys see anything?
I see a bench that I can interact with. Whatever that is.
I need to rest a little bit to get my things back.
Can you do not go in, do not go in, do not go in, do not.
Oh.
There's a vent.
Maybe I'm okay. I've been better.
Can you cast jump on me, or is it only you?
I could.
Please. Okay. Okay.
Huh?
You want to do it? Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead. Be my guest.
Think, is this button turn it off? I don't know. I might die here.
Okay, I'll watch.
Yay!
To turn it off? You do it?
Yeah. Whew.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Woo.
Well, I can loot Orf. How do we revive Orf?
There's a scroll.
Scroll of Revivify.
We'll do this.
Oh, thank you.
Just do not touch a trap here, or else it will be very bad.
What if I open this ancient door? Do you think it'll get me again? Locked.
Oh,
guys, we're all failing perception checks right now.
Oh, we can lockpick this door though. Oh, it's a 15. Huh.
I believe.
I believe in you.
No,
You can do it. You're
Can you
so
hit 15?
good.
Yeah. Oh, I got it.
Let's freaking go.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, well, let's...
Oh, I guess we're outside now.
Oh.
The
well.
Ravage Beach.
Oh, this was the beginning.
Huh?
I'm going back.
Oh, this was the door we didn't open earlier,
the door
right?
we couldn't open.
Oh, yo, let's pog. Did we get everything in there? Should we go back in?
How do we open the heavy door?
Wait, which door?
The heavy door across from this room? The really big heavy door.
I think we can open it somehow.
Anyone have a key? Awesome.
Oh, it just
I
opened.
had it.
You had the key.
What the?
I had the key, guys.
Okay.
Dead person!
Armed scribes. No sign of a struggle.
Oh, I got a coin. I'm coming.
Ooh, another scribe. Ooh, a key.
Any money about?
That statue. Seems they worship some kind of scholar.
Anyone have religion?
Oh,
You're
I
inspired.
got
I have it.
inspiration?
Where?
Oh, hold on. I'm doing a dice roll. I win. I got it.
You're so
Never mind.
good.
People pog.
As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the
Oh, shit, I got me too.
What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of
A
what?
list of what?
Ooh, I'm religious. So easy.
Ooh.
Wow.
Literally so easy.
But don't
These
you write
are the names
Yowie?
of gods.
Yes?
once
What are you
lost
trying to
but
say?
restored after the second sundering.
Watch your next words.
The last
Wench.
three names in this book sit
Hey, you
close
can't call
together,
me that.
but are
I'm the
so
IRS.
devastated by the
Tavern
scrolls to
wench.
be
You are no better than a tavern wench.
I'll bump
entire
up your tax
pantheons
bracket
have
if you talk to me
dwindled
like
and
that.
been
I am on the
reborn,
run.
silently recorded by this book.
I don't think I've ever did this one. Oh, you got
Oh, I'm
inspired.
You're
inspired.
inspired.
I inspired you.
Oh.
I know.
So
Yeah, I know.
inspiration in this game is really good. Like when you get inspired, it means you've done something good.
Ooh.
I inspire myself every day.
Inscription is
Yeah.
in a
Okay.
language unknown to you.
There's a button here.
There's a button here.
yeah,
You
Wow,
just press
you
it.
guys are both
Yeah, watch
so
this.
perceptive.
watch this.
Love button.
Whoa! Uh-oh,
I can't
guys.
see anything. Your
You're
hat was in the fucking way.
Sorry. I might have started a battle, guys.
What the? I'm so fucking far away.
Don't worry, guys.
There is no way this goes terribly wrong.
Not at all.
Yes, I too will do that. When we're jumping and hopping, it's chopping. Oh, that was a
Jopping.
AoE. That was not. I wrote it. I penned it while I was in prison.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Very good.
I also made this song called Two Gobbies. Two gobbies, one horse. Two gobbies, one horse. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. I wrote it while I was in prison. Some may call me a P star, stands for pop star, but also prison.
Oh, prison star.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
a prison. I'm something of a prison star. Yeah. Holy cow.
Oh.
Yeah, owie. Don't worry, we're in the chapel. Your religion can save you.
Getting hurt for real.
Easy.
Oh, it saved me.
Immune to poison damage. It's over.
No, I can't do it.
I have no more spells, guys. We need rest. Ow!
Whoa, a
Holy
crit?
fuck.
Holy fucking
Oh, that's
fuck.
nice.
That
Easy.
body of yours is absurd.
Surely it's... Oh.
Oh, well.
Oh.
I didn't get saved that
I'll
time.
save you. I'll save you.
I think this might be going poorly.
No, it's going positively. It is going poorly.
Oh god.
It is potentially going poorly.
Oh god.
I'm going to pick you up.
Does this work?
Oh, thank you.
On my, against skeletons? They're
Yes.
skeletons.
I'm now walking away.
How does this work? Wait, Mead Piece picked up a scroll.
What kind of scroll?
I can protect myself from good and evil.
Whoa, I could do that too. Totally forgot. Will that save me? Damn, I don't think that helped.
Did not seem to help.
I don't think it helped.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, I'm getting pretty lucky.
Oh.
So easy. They don't call me. Whoa, critical miss.
Whoa.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, that was freaking
Embarrassing.
though.
Wow, I had to clean up after you.
Yeah, Iris always got to clean up after the paladin or something.
So true.
Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna jump over here because when we jumping and hop, I did not jump. When we jumping and hopping is jumping.
I wish I had some, I don't know, ranged attacks.
Don't worry. My mage hand.
Damn! What does your mage hand do?
I end my turn.
Wow. Impressive.
Yeah, quite impressive.
I need to use it. Oh, easy.
You're
Oh.
so
Nice
easy. This game has never been easier. God damn. Do not worry. I will jump to you. You're okay. Never mind. Oh, so easy.
So easy. I need to rest though.
Okay, okay. Well, hold on. Okay, you see the bottom right where it says camp and resting menu. Every long rest we could use short rest. Where we
You mean when I wear this?
like when I press this, we heal half our life and we get some spells back.
Oh, we all do?
Yeah. So now we use all of our short rests. So now we probably should long rest soon.
Guys, I'm opening some. I'm touching something I might not. I'm touching something I should probably not be touching.
Hey, where'd gnome sexual go?
Guys, I might be touching something that I should not be touching.
Oh, could you
Is this a boss fight?
Could you not touch it?
Guys, I'm impulsive.
No, gnome
Guys,
sexual?
I'm impulsive. It's part of my character sheet.
Oh, she kinda. Ooh.
You guys rest?
So
Maybe.
he has spoken, and so thou standest before me. Right.
I will perform any deed if you let me go.
What a curious way to awaken.
Maybe even a kiss on his chapped lips.
Now,
At least she has clothes on.
What?
Oh, what is the worth of one life?
Worry not. I know the answer to this.
Curiosity.
Oh, I don't have an answer.
Oh.
Wilt thou answer my question?
I have an answer. Yes, ask away.
I ask again. What
I have an answer. I have an answer. I have an answer.
a single mortal life?
What is it worth?
The lonely. Yeah.
At this particular junction.
Yeah, actually.
Perhaps that is not so far
Hello?
from the truth.
What?
Oh.
Very well.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm satisfied.
I am satisfied.
Satisfied him.
Met, and I know thy face.
I'm sure he does. Know my face.
Proper time and place.
I've been told I have a face that's hard to forget.
Unfortunately.
Cobbles away.
Wait. But what is in the sarcophagus?
What is it?
It's coins.
Oh, okay. That's it?
Yeah.
Coin?
I think he wants me.
He's right here. What do you mean he wants you?
I think he wants me.
We have nothing more to discuss.
A soy coin? Oh, yeah. You get an early one here, if I remember correctly.
I must attend this place after so many years.
Can't leave this room. What the?
I'm talking
We
to him.
will see
I'm
each
obsessed with him.
Again. The mechanics
try and
of
romance
fate
him?
would
Yeah.
be difficult to explain to one such as thyself. Regardless, it will occur.
A lot of potions.
Okay.
Look at him hobble away.
Okay.
Going to a retirement home. Yeah.
All right,
let
guys.
him live.
Guys. Can I initiate a law rest? I have no more spells, man.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
take a little nappy.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Okay.
I too would like a long rest. Oh, I just escaped that because it popped up right when I was opening something.
Yay!
Whoa,
Hey,
Gale.
What's this?
Okay. Well, okay. Usually, when you rest, you come back to camp, and you can talk to people. Oh my God, you guys got distracted already.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Sorry.
Fine, I'm gonna talk to someone.
I'm talking to
Hey.
Gale.
No, what did you say? No, we're listening. We're definitely
I'm sure
listening.
this is a good idea.
This is a good
There are
idea.
lit fuses in our heads.
So-
Sooner or later, they're going to blow.
Ooh.
Each hour that passes, the thing inside us grows.
We need to find a healer.
Hey, why does
Find a
Orf
healer.
look kind of like a
Agreed.
Maybe we'll
baddie?
get lucky. Rest well.
He is a baddie.
Oh.
Where did Orf get those
I've heard you
clothes?
can't get blood from a stone, but apparently you can.
Were you
get
always
a
wearing
wizard
that?
from
Ooh,
A what?
seems interesting.
Damn.
Okay, they both approve.
Oh, I just noticed. Everyone's kind of wearing the same clothes. Except me.
You
We
get this
haven't
happen.
gone all that far yet.
What were
What are
you
you
for-
referring to exactly?
You're left out.
It's because you're a gnome.
What do you
Or
do?
your racism is
Yeah,
showing
so
through.
racism is kind of.
Not a
I feel
slight on
uncomfortable
Just
out
giving
here.
reasoning.
You might
I
need to
just
sleep
feel
with one eye open.
uncomfortable here.
Someone I have to reach.
Somebody person's personal. I won't.
Thank you.
I won't pry.
And you're right. It's must
It's
I?
not about our little
Thinking about it
stowaways.
won't help. We know what
So-
to do, so let's do it.
Okay.
Find a
By the way,
to
they
rid
really
us
sells
of
these
this.
things.
Also,
Okay.
gnomes are
These
quite
tadpoles are
everything
killing
but
us.
help.
Yes.
Oh,
They
I'm all
say.
ears.
How about holding you up?
As
The
the
kind of
kids
company I'd
say.
keep willingly.
Fuck
All things
you.
considered, You'll do.
Hey,
And
kids don't say
I
that.
haven't
Hey,
forgotten
come here, little
to
gnome.
save my
Ah!
life aboard
Come
the
here, little
Northwood.
gnome.
Perhaps I'll
Sorry,
be able
ma'am.
to
Didn't
return.
see you there.
Oh wait.
Something the matter?
Do we
Talk
talk
about
to all
what's
the
happened. What's on your
What's on your
mind?
mind?
Okay, not this. We should get to know each other
Sweet.
more. No harm in the middle of mystery.
No harm in a little mystery.
If you're not comfortable, I won't press.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll get along perfectly well.
What's a lot of
There's
odd little
no
artifacts?
story.
Now
None
that you're
that you're entitled to
okay.
hear anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
Hey, I got a soul coin. I don't know if these do, but
Something the matter?
want to talk what's happening to
Fine.
us. What's on your
What's
mind? How am I
You're
holding you
not
up?
the kind of and I haven't forgotten that you saved my. Cast aside some of your.
Wait, but okay. Okay, when we're done talking, we can rest.
oh, Pog. Okay. Wait, how come Shadowheart has
I
a
told you
exclamation
already.
point over here?
It's none of your concern.
Maybe you haven't talked to her yet.
Oh, I already talked to her. I think she's bugged.
Oh.
Oh.
Cause I swear
I'm ready for bed. Guys, who wants to tell stories at the campfire?
Oh.
Is this where I share my trauma?
I think you said you didn't want to share trauma.
Anyways, it started when I was 14 and I entered a relationship with a squirrel. Did I tell you about that before?
Oh wait, let me see something. Let me try something.
Okay.
Something the matter? Fine. What's on your? You're not the. And I haven't forgotten that you saved my life.
Oh,
aboard-
it didn't work. Okay, never mind.
let me-
Okay, we're going to long rest. We're going
I'm
to long
mashing
rest.
on her. Wait, I'm mashing. Let me
Why are you mashing?
And
just let me
I
mash
haven't-
on her. I love her. Okay, I'm done.
Hello? Stop moving.
What?
What?
Who's
What is
choosing?
that?
Stop moving. Let me choose. Do not touch anything. Stop moving. What?
Hey, I'm not moving.
Click accept,
Yes. Okay.
and then let me select, and I can.
I don't think
What the-
I don't think we have. Hey, none of us are touching anything. You're just kind of
I'm-
pointing fingers.
No, you
Oh,
guys
I'll
are.
pick.
Huh?
Shall I auto select?
Yes.
What is that? What's happening?
What happened?
How did we get Shadowheart disapproves? She had no. What?
Disapprove of what?
Hey, let me go talk to her again.
What?
Hey, baby.
Fine.
Oh,
What's on your mind?
she hates us.
Pity. You'd started
Is it
off
me?
so well, saving my life aboard the.
I don't know. Why is she so upset? God, women.
What did you say to her, Scar? You're the only one that spoke to her.
She didn't say anything.
Okay,
Fine.
sure.
That's probably the
What's
problem.
lies.
I haven't forgotten that you saved.
What the? We should
What
just
is
kill her.
Fine. Pity. You'd started off so
Oh,
well,
I didn't mean to hit
saving my
leave
life
camp.
aboard the Nautiloid.
Oh, I'm gone. Oh.
Okay, now you just click on your rest to leave camp. Stop. Or you click leave camp on your bottom right. He definitely bugged out.
Well, I must leave. I must
camp.
abscond. I'm not comfortable here with you guys.
What? What do you mean?
We're
Wait.
all leaving.
Oh, we're all leaving. You go a different way if you're not comfortable, huh?
You make me
Yeah, you hate
uncomfortable.
us.
Huh. It's what it is.
Which way is the exit?
I don't know if we can go this way.
Do you see that thing up there? How do we put the thing down?
What is this lever?
Uh-oh. Oh, I
Good
almost
lever.
got crushed by that.
Oh, God.
What the hell is happening?
Where'd the IRS go?
I just went back inside.
I'm so lost? Sorry, I'm just.
Well,
clearing
I
my
must
inventory.
evade the IRS, so I gotta get out of here.
No, you don't have to do that.
Wait, what's happening to my inventory?
What do you mean?
Huh?
Why are the things appearing in my inventory?
I think it's the IRS. The IRS is allocating things into your inventory.
Oh, is that because I'm poor?
Yeah.
So the IRS gives me
Yeah.
some handouts?
Where the fuck is everybody? How did I get here? I'm back at where we long rested.
Okay, press M. Go to roadside cliffs.
Roadside.
Click it. Wow, you're here. Cool. Okay, let's go over here.
What the?
Wait, what about this area? This area. Who? Who? Someone's in dialogue.
The thing's dangerous.
Sorry, I just
Leave
jumped
it for the
around.
goblins to
Because
kill.
when we
Classic.
jump in and
And
hop
if it
in, it's
escapes,
jopping.
How will you?
Everybody get down, jopping. Everybody get down, jopping.
Your skull pounds in response
Did
to
the
the
squirrels
prisoner's
motivate you to
white-hot
write that
stare.
song?
No.
Level 2.
Oh.
It was prison that inspired me to write it.
Her voice.
Oh.
Get rid of them.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Charisma.
So freaking easy.
All
I
right.
always
So
hit. I just call. They call me the
The hitter.
the hitter.
You hit it and quit it.
Let's
Yeah.
go. We
Yeah.
need to check out that blast.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it. Shook our camp good, so we came for a look.
A 5.
But
Oh,
I always hit. I always hit, baby.
Northwest.
Cutting it a little
Look for
close
Nessie.
there.
Whatever your wound.
A win
she
is
can
a
make it.
win.
And be careful. There are goblin traps everywhere.
Ooh, I like tieflings.
Nymessa, come.
What about me?
Enough gawking. Get me down.
What about my
Tess-
character?
That's alright.
You think my character looks alright?
Yeah.
Why
Oh.
don't you guys just...
Anyways, watch this.
Why don't you just... Hey, whoa. What the hell?
I freed her. Now what?
You aggroed the tieflings? What?
How did I aggro them?
What
No way!
You hit them.
How did I hit them? Why is she threat? Hey, don't hit her!
Why are you attacking our ally?
Oh, my bad.
What?
What is happening?
Good thing
Hey,
it whiffed.
how
Good
did
thing it
I?
You didn't wait for them to leave.
I didn't know I would aggro them.
Well,
I'm impulsive.
it's a character trait we know and love.
It's on my character sheet. I'm impulsive.
Yeah, are you also stupid?
That
was
might be on
not
the
on my character sheet, so that was very offensive of you to say.
Highly implied.
Highly offensive is what it was. Owie!
You. Oh no.
How was I to know that would happen?
Guys, do we have to kill these guys?
We have to, right?
We have
You
to.
can set to non-lethal and not kill them.
I think we have to kill them.
How do you set it to non-lethal?
I think we have to kill them.
I think if we kill... Okay. I just want to say there may be some consequences.
Okay.
But
I
that's
am
okay.
prepared to live with those consequences, unfortunately.
Well.
Well, how do we non-lethal it? I just don't know.
Yeah, how does that work? Hurry before I kill it.
When you,
Yeah, hurry
at
before
the
I kill
very-
them.
Oh god, where is it? It's like, okay, you missed and you didn't even wait for me. I'm not even gonna say shit. Fuck it, we'll just kill them.
No,
It's-
please. I'll
Yeah,
change. I'll change
yeah,
my ways.
real?
I'll change my ways.
Hey, why didn't he die?
Oh, there's passives at the bottom.
I just don't know. I think we might need to kill them.
Oh, it's too complicating for me. Oh,
Easy,
here
you
it is.
click the non-lethal.
Oh.
You turn it on.
Oh.
They're just kind of pushing us around. They're making me. My like anger management problems are flaring up.
It'll be okay. No, it'll be okay.
I want to
get you
kill
those
them.
classes. We'll get you those classes. Like
I
we said
want
we
them
would.
dead.
No, we'll be okay. Just do the non-lethal.
Thank
You all
God,
turned it on,
Orf.
right?
Thank God.
Non-lethal.
Oh
That was
no.
non-lethal, right?
That's
Yes.
non-lethal.
We have to stop this one too.
I'll kill them. Worry not.
You don't have to do that.
I will kill them. I promise you.
Okay, my non-lethal is toggled on. Okay, where are the enemies?
You better hope I don't hit 7.
Is that supposed to mean?
You better hope I don't hit. I'll just go fuck off. I'll go fuck off.
Oh, spells can non-lethal. Oh.
Can't see shit in this bush.
Oh, she pushed you out of it.
What the hell?
Hey, how are we to make sure that our fellow friend doesn't kill her?
Oh, I think. Well, we just have to do it right here. Here we go.
Orf has
Do
to
it.
daze and hit.
Alright, you're non-lethal, right, Orf?
Oh,
It's
well.
so over.
Oh,
It's
that
over.
was embarrassing.
So over.
Never
She's gonna
mind,
kill.
Orf.
Oath broken. Guys? Orf lost something. Orf lost.
So.
Hey, we kind of killed
Uh-oh.
a faction. I might as well just kill this guy too. We can't leave any survivors. I might as well just kill this guy too. Can't leave any. Might as well just kill this guy too. Can't leave any witnesses.
Wait, watch him. Watch him.
I'm dying.
Huh? How are you dying?
Are you listening to what's happening to me?
Oh, let me...
Oh,
it's-
okay.
So when you become a paladin, you make an oath not to kill the innocent.
Well,
Oh!
I guess I'm exiled from
shit.
being a paladin now.
You fucking had one oath, bro.
Oath broken. I can no
Oh
longer use
my-
channel oath. Okay, alright.
Are you gonna just continuously take damage?
No, I just lost
Has
skills.
scrambled all your senses.
Oh my god.
Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the
I
more
consume.
my
no.
people possess the
Oh,
cure for this infection.
You're
I
you're a
must find
dirty
the
little
crash.
oath
You will
breaker.
join me.
I need to
Guys?
go to camp and contemplate what I did.
You don't have to do that. It'll be okay. You can blame the gnome who has.
Hey, do you want to
factored in your
reload or
life.
do you want to live with the consequences?
We live with the consequences of our actions.
Okay, yeah, this is a D&D session. We just did that. It is what it is. Shrugging emoji.
Githyanki protocol.
It's okay if you become more
When
racist.
infected with a
Yeah, I'm more racist now.
Oh, it's
Why
okay.
is it my? They attacked me.
Dude, I am talking to Lazel right now. Would we like? There is an option I'm curious at.
Huh?
Okay, you know what?
You
Never
are
mind.
full up.
We'll
Dismiss your
we'll
weak
journey
cleric.
together.
The whole crash must be.
Okay.
I will be at your camp.
She'll be at our camp. That's so pog.
So yeah, in this game, actually, you could do anything.
Yeah, you can do
Like, break your
anything you
oath.
want.
Like, and you can also just do things like go in front of the group 3 screens away and not say anything.
Hey, I didn't aggro anything.
Not yet.
I made sure not to aggro something.
Dude, you literally made Oath break his oath.
Call that an
man.
orf breaker.
Fucking.
Oh,
What is this?
Hey, I think these are the tieflings of the innocent that we killed. We might have to fight them. I just don't know.
Wait, probably not, right?
Nah, I just don't know.
oh.
You let goblins here?
We might have to kill them all.
Please, there's no time.
Oh, it's a lion. So cute.
Open the gate.
I say we let the NPCs kill them.
Say we let the NPCs.
Yeah, so
know.
we don't have to kill them.
We just watch.
That
Just don't
seems a
know.
little.
Hey, we kind of already killed an innocent person.
Wait, Will's here.
Provoke the blade.
Damn,
What
Will
the-
kind of sick.
Damn.
Did you like when that gnome died?
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Same. I think as
Guys?
we keep partying with this gnome, I become
What?
more and more racist.
The guys, we can get past this racism against gnomes.
Probably not. I don't know. Looking a little. Oh, it's so far away.
I feel like the
My
sequencing
God.
for that might have been a little strange. No.
The leap into enhanced leap.
Yeah.
You leave me alone. I didn't think about
It's
it.
because I fireball, bro. I didn't cast anything.
I am quite rallied right now. Hey, what the hell? Gnome on gnome violence? I'm Gnata Gnolf. I'm Gnata Gnoblin.
Oh.
I'm a gnome.
I'll turn off.
Hello? Anyone know that? Hello? Fumi?
Is that from Barbie?
No.
Oh.
Just a silly little meme video.
Oh. Yeah,
Okay.
memes in prison.
Yeah, I kind of invented memes in prison.
Oh, you made that meme.
I made that meme in prison.
Wow,
I
you
got
did a
kind of
lot
pop
there.
I kind of got a lot done while I was in prison.
Hey, you made a boy band?
No,
You made yaoi novels?
I suppose it was a boy.
Thunder
I suppose.
Wave.
Sorry, gnome band.
Whoa, awesome.
Wow.
That was quite amazing
Oh,
of you.
I enchanted their weapons so they do extra damage.
Oh, thank you. That's very awesome of you.
Why did you do that? You
Ah.
asshole. Why do you hate us? Why do you...
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Can I flee from battle, perhaps?
Oh. No, you get in here. These are our allies. We must save them.
We kind of killed their friend.
They don't.
Yeah,
they're
we
not.
did.
They're not enemies yet. They don't even know. The friends never reported back.
Yeah, you're right.
That's true. It's because they're dead.
Did you
I
enchant your
made sure
weapon?
to
No.
not leave any witnesses.
I think what happened was
That's
I
great.
enchanted.
Good job.
Oh,
I
I
did kill in
did.
cold blood.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Never mind. I thought it was their weapon.
Man, I did not have enough movement speed for this.
If you press dash, you can move twice as far. It uses
But
your
I'm
action.
hiding.
Oh.
I'm stealthing.
You close out the
Isn't
two
that fog?
tabs? I don't know what you're talking about. What?
Whoa, grease on the IRS?
Hey.
Oh, this guy is stepping a little too close to me.
Oh my god, you can shove him off the cliff. Like Scar does to Mufasa in The Lion King.
Hey, spoilers! I was in prison when that movie came out.
And you are old. No. Ooh, yikes. Oh, I didn't realize.
He throw at me.
Alright, Worf. It's all you.
I'm so far.
No, you can press dash. You can press dash. You don't need to do the jump thing. You do like twice.
Dash to the grease.
Yeah, I think you could go to maybe like here.
beneath your feet.
Oh, someone greased you. Oh my god.
Oh,
You
it
slipped.
slipped and fell.
Wow, that
Grease.
is truly embarrassing.
First you break your oath, and now you slipped and fell. I just don't know how you come back from that.
I have never seen an oath breaker before, so I don't know what even happens. He said he's visiting you at the end of the day, right?
I think so. I think I'm just unlucky forever now.
No, I think no. When we rest, something's gonna happen.
Literally, gnomes are ruining your fucking life.
I hate gnomes. The racism is getting worse now.
You're also
It can work.
slow.
Oh my god!
Wait, I leveled up.
Oh, congratulations.
Woo! This is so embarrassing.
Dude, Will is kind of insane. Alright, guys. I'm doing it.
Wow, very awesome.
You fucker.
What?
Sorry,
Are you
I'm
talking to me? Oh,
talking
okay.
about this goblin.
About to be really offended.
This is so.
Yeah,
This
you
is
made it through the
Did
graves.
you guys even get to play?
I haven't played yet.
There's a fight going on?
I've been just moving.
Worry not, friends. I have killed them.
Well, I'm sorry to let you guys know, the only bad one left is up here. It's over here.
So I moved all the way over here and it's done.
Yeah.
Hey, it only has 5 HP. Scar can solo it.
Yeah, you could do it.
Wait, that guy has 44 HP.
Oh yeah, we don't want to fuck with this guy. Even though we killed his people.
We did not. We did not do that.
Our guy has broken his oath. What do you mean we didn't?
We did not. When you get arrested, you do not want to say that. We may or may not have killed them, but we're not sure.
Hey, we did it, guys. Good job.
Okay.
I think that we should say that Gnome killed them all.
No, no, no. Guys, we have to get a... Have you never watched How to Get Away with
Guys,
Murder?
do not click if it has a red skull on it. You will... The people...
What does that mean?
You know, when you... Okay, you see this corpse right here? If you hover over it, it has a red chest, right? That means that the people nearby, your friendlies, will not like you if you loot this guy.
I don't think they like us already.
No, no, no. They're okay with us. If you look up, they are not enemies yet.
Oh, okay.
How do you look up?
If you look, like, this is a city, and so when we walk up, I hope we don't die.
Oh, but if we loot that thing...
Some bad stuff might happen.
Can we just look inside but not take?
No,
I'm just
you
curious.
cannot touch the
Please.
body. You are desecrating
Please.
their dead.
Ah, I need to know. I need.
Okay,
what
but-
if there's something valuable there?
But
for the
anyways,
IRS?
I'm gonna go look and level up. We can.
Oh, I can level up.
Yeah.
Bro.
I would recommend we level up.
Okay. Hey, I can't go through.
Oh wait, actually, maybe you can loot them. They're just. Oh, the levels are really big in this game. Like every level, you get like crazy stuff.
Oh, what the heck?
2 level 2 spell. Oh, sick.
I get a new spell.
Source. I got sorcery points. Okay. This is a I need a new spell. Is it level 2?
Oh, I can pick a subclass now? Or
Enlarge, blind, blur.
Oh. I'm talking to Zevlor. I'll wait.
These are all. Oh, these are all
gotta
level
wait.
2 up to here.
I'm talking to Zevlor.
Oh, this looks like it does a shitload of damage. What the heck? What is this?
I'm gonna save real quick. Just a little F5.
Why?
Here. Oh, I guess not.
Cost
We
3
You think it's
sorcery
me?
points?
No, no.
What are you trying to say?
It's
Is it me?
No, no, it's no.
This is so
Okay.
good. What the fuck? Quicken is so good.
But maybe just a little F5. Just a small save.
Why? You think I'm gonna do something?
No, what if the game freezes again, you know?
Oh yeah.
Whoa, what the? Why are they fighting like this?
The human's eye twitches. He's about to
He's about to blow.
I volunteer.
I will aim a blow at the human.
Oh, okay. I'm okay with any choice.
Damn. Okay,
what
do it.
the hell? Wait, you're just because you broke your oath?
Yeah, let's do a melee attack.
What? What the?
Oh, that is a.
16.
You've changed.
Oh, yes.
Easy.
Oh,
Easy. Wow, he just died.
God
You
damn.
killed another man.
Goblins have found us. No doubt
Hey,
the beast will be
he's
back.
already an
We need to
oathbreaker.
pack up and leave.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Feel sick.
Oh, he's on the floor. Can we talk to him?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, let me talk to him.
Oh, it's
Let
too
me
late. I'm
talk.
so sorry.
First I damn near die at the hands of goblins. Then I get sucker punched by a foul blood.
Oh my god, he called you a foul blood.
Done with this hellhole.
Is that like a slur?
Yeah, he just dropped like just
The
some
F-
yeah,
F-bomb.
just highness on you.
This is a cute little area.
Guys, I'm entering dialogue. Will you please watch me?
No,
Wait, where are you?
Will you please watch me in this dialogue?
we're coming now.
Why is there?
You're very far.
No, you can just watch the dialogue.
Oh.
How?
Oh.
The squirrel lunges at your foot and bites it.
I am going to get my revenge for everything squirrels have done
god.
to me.
What?
What the?
Claim victory over the squirrel. So you're not sure
I've never
why
seen
you're
this
fighting
before.
together.
The rage boiling inside of me.
Hey, loot the squirrel! Loot the squirrel!
The squirrel has nothing.
Oh. How did that feel, No?
One wasn't enough. I must kill another.
No, it's okay. I feel like you've done what you needed to do to extract your revenge on
I
squirrels.
must kill another. Hey, why is there a blow?
Yeah, wait.
Guys, I
Why are
found.
we fighting?
Oh, okay. There's an assassin here.
What?
Don't ask me how. It's just here.
Oh, okay.
What
That was
happened?
fast.
Easy.
Never been much of a fighter.
Never been much. But you're not here for heroics,
over.
are you? Avernus's stench is all over your
Who's
skin.
Avernus? Is that the person I
Let
pray
me
to?
guess.
Oh, so
Your
fast.
devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it. You almost seem... Care to explain why you reek of the hells?
A mind flayer abducted me. A mind flayer abducted me. Oh my.
Oh, it should be easy.
A 5?
And I have. Oh, it's literally
5.
impossible.
Well, that's quite the story. And I
Thought
thought
it
I
was
was
doomed.
doomed. Here. Take this. It's worth a fortune.
A soul coin, true to its name, holds a mortal soul inside.
It serves
It
as
serves-
that. Right. Oh, we got one before. As well, whoever got the soul coin from the wither, the skeleton's body.
Good job, Fumi. It's
we
because
just
of your
use it?
IRS tendencies.
What do you mean? fine. I picked up the soul coin.
It's because of your IRS
We'll
tendencies.
probably need that later. When we go to, if we go to the 9 hells, we're gonna need that.
Okay.
I
Wait,
heard.
can we sell things?
I heard a roll.
I was too dumb to use a telescope.
Oh shit.
Well,
Chin up.
I tried to focus it, but I didn't figure out how.
Oh. Yeah, you see a dragon with a telescope.
You acted quickly.
Thank you for help.
for your help out there.
I need peace.
Well met.
Oh my.
I should warn you, visitors are no longer.
Visitors are
Oh.
welcome in this group. Whatever your business. I'd
Move
say
back,
quick.
kittens. Oh,
This
you
attack will
you did
only
it.
Strengthen their resolve.
These goblins
There
have
have
been
been
attacked.
several attacks by different
Druids play with
monsters.
outsiders withdrawing them here.
Druid,
Nobody's
they've
welcome
started
here.
a ritual to
Cut the
grove
grove
off from the world. We
Okay.
can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave.
We gotta save them.
Fighters.
Is there no way to convince the druids to stop?
Tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though,
Hey, why is Mead Peace all the way down there?
Yeah, what's Mead Peace
Oh,
doing?
I'm talking to the leader of the camp, and the druids are trying to force these guys out. But don't worry, I'll see what I can do.
I'll kill the druids.
You don't have to. do
Worry
that.
not, guys. I'll take care of this. They call me a vigilante of sorts.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I'm the savior of Baldur's Gate.
Oh, Mr. Baldur?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Baldur's.
I feel like Baldur is lying. Mr. Baldur is
Are you
lying
talking to an
us.
ox?
Yeah, but something's wrong with this cow. I just can smell it on him. Something's wrong with this ox.
Racist against cows.
Something's wrong. Moo.
That was a very human move.
Don't worry, my magic picks up. Will your magic kill your eels or turn you blue? Is it half the fun?
Worry not.
Real magic is chaos.
Better blue than a wizard.
Huh?
This ox is speaking to me now.
What the hell?
And I say this with love.
He's falling a little short? Huh?
Something
Yes.
But I've been better. It's different this way.
I've seen it all. I once had a fella who'd been caught dabbling with a dryad. The wife was none too pleased and introduced him to a pot of boiling oil.
Okay.
But worry not. I fixed him up, and depending on the lighting...
Depending on the lighting. There are areas I promise I've seen worse.
What an intelligent cow.
What's wrong?
Huh.
It's not a cow?
Got a mind flayer parasite.
Whoa! I have
Oh.
to kill this
It
cow.
just called you incapable.
There's nothing wrong.
I'm going to intimidate
Do you
it.
need anything? Hey, Baldur.
So easy.
Wow. What does a cow need there?
I'm right at home. I am right at home, guys. I have 2 soul coins? Holy smoke.
I can do the same thing.
Give me that. Oh, it's a quarter staff?
You just watch.
Where I gave +1 to unarmed attacks? Okay, what is this?
Hey. What?
Dead.
Take care now.
I'm kind of busy here.
Sorry.
I'm kind of busy talking to cows here.
Sorry, I'll leave you to it.
I'll take a bowl.
I'm gonna go sell some stuff.
I'm going to have a sexual relationship with a bear.
You don't have to tell us that.
Literal.
Oh.
Bear literal.
Oh.
I'm going to have a sexual relationship with a bear literal.
I'm
Okay.
talking to a rat.
Oh, rat?
Ratatouille.
Thanks for my selection is pretty slim.
Rats,
I had to leave
here
most
and
of
So
my
words, hold on, are you
of
Smith?
sorts. Used to be a bread and butter
Tinsmith.
tinsmith before Elton.
Uh-oh. The rat's standing up.
What the hell?
Hey,
is
where's the
happening?
rat? I want to talk to him too.
What the fuck is wrong
Up
with
here.
all of the animals here?
I'm coming for the rat.
Oh.
What's happening?
Leading me.
Okay.
They went inside the shabby wooden doors.
Oh, dude,
Let me in. I want to speak
locked.
with this rat.
if we break it open, it's over. The lock is red.
So over. You telling me I can't play
Oh.
with a rat?
I mean, open
The rat's
lock?
in there.
I'm not proficient with anything.
We gotta
It just
go
does
in.
1 more damage?
Okay, how about I think you should open it. I'll make sure no one's watching.
Oh.
Hey, break it
Can't
open.
pick it. I
Oh,
have
why?
Thieves tools. But
God
I can
damn.
attack it. Should I attack it?
No, I don't think attacking it will work.
Oh man.
Guys, I
That's all-
found a Githyanki Crush thing.
What
quest
the hell
line.
did you just say to me?
Oh. Never mind. What did you
Did
do?
you just click on the red crate?
My bad. Ash.
Let's try to steal from them.
Oh my bad. Oh, thank God you're giving a warning.
They have an eye on you.
I don't like that. I just wanted to sell stuff.
Oh, you can sell stuff at any of the traders with the bag icon on your minimap.
Oh, okay. Let me.
Put it down.
Oh, I found something. I found the prison.
Oh, let's go there.
Oh, the sack is there? Hold on.
She didn't kill your brother, Arca.
Hey, Hamill.
better
I'm sorry.
than this.
No, we'll probably remember.
Before you lose your nerve, Tiefling.
You know what's this
If
like,
you ever
right?
Yes, I remember prison. The trauma is coming back to me. I remember when they beat me in my cell for writing yaoi.
Step between the crossbow. Not on my watch.
Okay.
Looks like the Absolute
Weird.
sent me a protector. You gonna kill her too?
You. No, orphan step there.
Nope.
And intimidate them. Hey, you should. Hey, no, I think you should get shot. Actually.
Don't
Yeah, maybe we
shoot
should let
me.
it die.
No, don't. Hey, you're rolling an advantage.
Yeah.
You're cheating.
Huh? I'm just using my class.
Every hell is wrong with you.
Damn
you. Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies?
Because she died. She'll take. If her goblin prisoner.
The bars don't make her special.
It's alright, Arca.
Are they together? I ship them.
you bunch of softies.
Ooh. Okay. Well, now someone can talk to this person.
Hey, whoa.
Hold on. I need to fix this stupid
wanna
thing.
open
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
I wanna open this. Can't let me open.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Guys, I found a stone door. I just went inside of it. Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared.
Talking to the prisoner.
Okay.
Peel your face off and nail it to a got a whole lab.
Is the
set.
static good?
Cooks up potions that fix our lads, no matter how much of a beating they take.
We good?
You'd probably stick your head back on if someone was to chop it off. Mighty booyog.
Okay. Awesome.
It's the truth. I swear on your mother's grave. Get me out of here, and I'll tell you where to find her. Deal?
Wow.
Suit yourself. Looking forward to seeing what your innards look like.
You can't even. You're not even a real paladin. You lost your oath.
I'm still
Wow, that's
posing as a
embarrassing.
paladin.
Oh, your role play. Wow. I wonder who.
Didn't expect to see a drow in here. Did the boss lady send you to rescue me?
I won't.
Ooh, you're deceiving her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Take me back to the tribe, and we'll tell the boss all about this pretty little place, so she can burn it to the ground.
Who is the absolute?
Goblins belong in cages.
Oh.
I do not agree.
Okay.
Ah, come on. We could be.
She wants us to be mates.
Can you guys jump over here?
Oh yeah, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Press Z and get over
There's
here.
something in here. It's scaring me.
Here?
Yeah, there's something in here and it's scaring me.
Stone door?
Is it a
Click
squirrel?
the door, yeah.
You go first.
The
You
paladin
first.
should go first. I don't want to be the first one in.
Ex-paladin now.
I'm slow. Mud.
What the?
What was that?
What is
Guys.
that? Hey, it
Oh,
has
I-
65 HP.
Can we kill it?
Yeah, let's kill
Should we
it.
touch this rune of the bear?
I do no damage to it.
I think it's the root of the bear we need to turn off.
What do you guys get hit by?
It's so sturdy.
Battle?
We're in battle.
Uh-oh.
Guys, there's a lot of things in here.
Can we leave? Can we?
There are a lot. There is a lot of things in here.
There are many, many things. I think it would be best if we just kind of...
Don't think so.
Maybe if we just...
I think it best if we kill them all. For
Maybe
the
we just-
atrocities they have committed to us.
Crying.
Orf?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I am in trouble.
I will kill that warrior, Orf.
Oh, thank you.
I hope you can trust me.
Not yet.
Understandable.
Speak for yourself. Jeez.
Here we go.
Nice.
What?
So cool.
You missed twice.
No, oh, I only missed once and it left you so low. Oh
You
no.
died?
Oh no.
That's so unfortunate. Oh shoot, I don't have any health potions.
Give us super kind of nah, it's really easy.
Hey, you should have picked up Orf.
You guys did
Oh,
the
my bad.
same.
Hey,
thing
I
on
was
turn.
literally so far away.
My bad.
What am I to do?
Hey, surely I can still pick up Orf, right?
Use
I can-
dash.
Hey, I'll walk over to you, and then I'll pick you up next turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, won't that be great?
They laugh, pointing.
Me pieces down.
Got you. That's so pog.
I feel like I should kill it and then get you to turn after.
Yeah. Perfect.
Movement. So.
What just
What
happened?
was that?
I kept going and I didn't expect it to keep going.
Oh, I'm dead again.
Oh my.
Are you
Get
stuck?
this. I don't have enough turns for you.
Do I just. Should I
Kill it,
come
just kill it, just kill it, just kill it, just kill it.
Just kill? Oh, dude. I don't have enough movement. How do I get up there? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got that. I'll pick them up down here.
Oh? Okay.
I'll just.
What are
Let's-
you doing?
Yeah, what are you?
Oh, there we go. Pick us up.
Come in.
I'm still down.
I got you, Orf. Hey, don't touch him, no. Hey.
I hope you can trust me now.
Hey.
Not yet. You only did it because other people could also do it.
Hey, I hope you can trust me. I did a
Hey.
lot there for the party.
What the?
Hey, is he okay? His
Who's in
wounds
the
are.
conversation?
Does anyone? Can anyone heal him? Anyone have a healing?
Who's in the cover? Oh, there we go.
I mean, there's
Oh,
a guy right here.
Oh,
He's
a
kind of
guy?
dead. On the ground, Findle.
Oh, okay, wait. Wait, actually, we have a paladin who can
Who
heal
broke
him.
his own.
Orf. No,
All right,
Orf.
let me talk to him.
Do
let me talk to him.
Oh, you don't have. Does anyone have a healing potion?
Orf breaker.
Wait, does anyone have a healing potion?
I think we have to kill him.
No. Just Someone,
Why can I pickpocket?
someone
I have no healing potion.
throw a healing potion at him.
I don't have one.
I can try casting a healing on him.
Sleight of hand, what?
Let me try healing him. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
It's
Let's
over.
go.
Ooh.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hey, why are you trying to hit me?
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Aww.
I'd still be outside gathering herbs if I didn't run into the goblins.
Hey, it's like a gnome. You saved a gnome.
I stepped careful.
This is a gnome?
Traps in these
Oh,
Is it halfling?
And thank you.
Looks like a halfling.
You don't hate halflings as much.
I don't hate halflings.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay, just hate
They are
gnomes then, I
different.
guess.
Gnomes are different.
What happened? What happened to you that made you hate gnomes so much?
Well, you know, when I was younger, a gnome stole my armor. I died.
The hell's happening? Yeah, I'll res you,
This stupid fucking.
Hey, wait, you died. Wait.
I died.
Can someone with a scroll resurrect him? I'm gonna steal a scroll from someone. Oh, never mind. Wait, I'm gonna steal. Orf has a scroll.
I have a scroll.
Oh yeah, just steal it from him.
Yeah.
What?
Are you okay? Oh.
Thank you. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, we should
And
probably
heal.
leave this place. Hey, where'd Gnome go?
I'm here. Worry not. My friends, my brethren, I am here.
We don't have any short heals left. How about we go rest a little bit?
I'm down to rest. I gotta contemplate my oath.
Yeah, I think we're about to see an Oathbreaker in action right
Oh, why is that so loud?
now. Ooh, that's our new buddy. Someone clicked her immediately. Someone clicked the vampire immediately. Guys are a little, Okay.
She's so cute.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Tell me more about yourself. I hail from Waterdeep.
But I don't understand them.
I am a wizard of consent.
Okay.
I have a cat, a
Library.
Wait, come talk
weakness
to me.
for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try.
Okay. Tell me your images as an
Didn't paint
archmage.
enough of a picture.
Try peering into his mind. Oh. Wow, advantage really did not help.
Try as you.
I have a very. Please don't try that again.
Oh, I'm
unless I
sorry.
invite you.
Oh, I apologize. Even with advantage. Ooh, Shadowheart. Hello.
The leader of the... What's on your mind? The sooner we find this priestess gut, the better. Can't wait to get rid of this thing in my head.
You know, this could be our last night together.
I hope so. Good night.
Fuck! No way!
What?
Oh, no way.
Do our companions hate us?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna just say let's go to bed. What?
Sorry, I didn't know what that was. Scared me.
Can we go again? I'm trying to go to
Oathbreaker
bed.
Knight. Hold on. I want to talk to my Oathbreaker Knight.
What? Oh, where are you? I want to.
Damn.
Waiting for you. I felt the moment of your
Dark Knight.
Uh-oh.
the shedding of
Who
your
are you?
I was the first. The first to swear. The first to fall. When another's oath is broken, I stand witness. I hear their sorrow. I see their jubilation.
Oh, he's kind of cool.
I guide their hand.
Can you sex him up?
Oathbreaker.
He called you an Oathbreaker.
Oh, he's just like me.
To hunt down those who had wronged and ensure they felt the sting of justice.
Ah, yes, the sting of justice.
Why did you abandon your oath?
I blame the gnome.
Oh, can you do that?
What the hell did I do?
It was not my intention.
It was not my intention.
Guys, what the?
To know the reason for your fall is perhaps to know the shape of.
I know the reason for my fall.
Take comfort in your undoing.
I just don't know what the reason was.
You abandoned my cause. But much
Can you
can
turn it
still
around?
be achieved. Your oath is broken.
Did you abandon it also because of gnomes?
Hey guys, you're being really racist right now. I just feel unsafe in the presence of so many humans and tieflings and elves.
I want to reclaim my oath.
Don't you want to remain here?
Yeah, by reclaiming my oath.
Not be made lightly. Wealth must be sacrificed, and your
What?
soul repledged.
Yo,
I
give
can
me your
do
money.
it.
To first consider what is gained and what is lost in the bargain. Should you wish to do so.
Oh, you could do that?
I just need to give him money?
How much?
How much? How do I do this? Tell me more.
Darkness will obey
That's about your broken powers, right?
Necromancer.
Oh.
Even now, these shadows gather around you.
Dude, you did this gnome.
Why do you say gnome like it's an insult?
You just gnome.
No.
What the hell?
I want to remain pure.
What did I do? She was the one who killed them.
Will not restore what was lost. Without light to guide you, or darkness to consume.
Oh, you're like in between.
Oh, I'm in purgatory right
Oh,
now.
powerless. You must pick one.
I need to find a way to reclaim the oath.
You don't want to be evil? You don't want to turn to darkness?
No, not yet.
You're like the devil on the shoulder.
You have to find a way to reclaim your oath.
How do
But
I
you can just talk
reclaim
to
my
him and
oath?
go fall to darkness right now.
I want to reclaim my oath.
Oh.
Oh, wait, can you talk to him again?
I'll try.
You are between worlds, Paladin.
Wait, oh.
Have you made a choice?
I wish to take up my oath again.
Oh my god. Redemption.
First, you must pay the agreed
What is
price.
the agreed price?
Material sacrifice is required.
Material sacrifice like a person?
Hey, what
Like
are you trying to
money.
imply? Oh.
You wish to pay
$1,000.
1,000? Fine.
Hmm.
You can't afford it? It's okay to say you're poor.
Yeah, it's okay to say that you're broke.
Oh,
I can't afford it.
Objects demanding a far higher price. For redemption,
Aww.
this is no great ask.
He's
Can't
scamming
believe
you.
that all it costs is 1,000 after murdering someone to get out of prison.
Dude, you really gonna question him?
It was the bounty placed on an oathbreaker's head. It was the sum placed on my own.
I can't
Hey.
believe it. It only costs 1,000.
Is the cost
I think if we pool all our money together, we could.
That is your choice.
Whoa, 1,000 is a lot right now.
How much money do we have?
I have 700.
I have
What?
500.
What? Did you? How did you get 700?
I sold a bunch of stuff.
Wait, you took
Wait.
all my money. Wait,
What?
there's
Heck?
no way you got. Where's my money?
Whoa.
Oh,
I
wait.
think the IRS reclaimed
Wait,
some
where is my
cash.
580 gold?
I think the IRS
500.
claimed something.
Hmm.
There are many.
I think the IRS kind of took some money.
Just a little bit. To pay off the taxes you owed last year. And then with no, we have 832.
Oh, you're gonna take my money too?
I'm just saying you owe
Wait.
you owe Orf more than I
Wait, you
do.
just you locked your inventory and so did what?
Hey, I just knew Fumi was
What?
kind of yoinking something.
How did you know it was me?
Why are you looking at me, Sorry.
What do you mean?
Just do the
I'm
IRS.
sorry.
Here. I open it to the party. I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, you can have 300.
Huh?
Huh? Why is there all this junk in my inventory? Where'd this barrel come from?
Oh, I did some cleaning, but I wasn't sure where to
Cleaning
put it.
for yourself and dirtying for me?
Hey, you broke your oath.
That's not my fault.
Hey, take responsibility for your own actions.
I think we know whose fault it is.
Stop. Who keeps canceling the thing, man?
Hey, I think it's glitched. Can you press the fire? It worked when I pressed the fire last time.
What the? Why does it keep doing this?
What's happening?
I just want to go
I'll
to
do
bed.
There's no way.
I don't know why it's broken. Oh, here we go.
Who's choosing camp supplies?
You
did
have
it.
to. You have to choose.
Wait, did I cancel?
I just keep hitting yes.
There we go.
Oh, what is happening?
Oh,
Oh
wait,
my
who's that?
god.
What's he doing?
Oh.
What's he doing with his tight-ass pants?
Whoa,
Astorian.
Hey, it's because he's a vampire. He's sucking me off.
Good.
Where'd he
You have
go?
to kill him.
He's still there.
What is he doing?
He didn't leave.
Need something? Oh, what's to tell?
Hey, your
I'm a
Oathbreaker Knight is still
magistrate back
there.
in the city.
Yeah,
It's
he still
all
wants
right,
his
it
money.
Oh.
How do I sell all this junk?
Did you find a trader?
Yeah, there's
Oh.
3 right next to or in town. If you want to press, or if you want to TP in town, is there a TP in town?
Is it Emerald Grove? Is that too far? Wait, isn't there one like right here?
Wait, where?
It is inside the town.
Did everyone leave already?
Yeah.
Fries.
Ooh, Orpheus right behind me. What if I go
There it
up
is.
this ladder here?
I'll come.
Wait, someone made this pink.
Oh, a shovel.
Ooh,
There's a
skeleton.
chest up here.
Huh? I can have guidance this early? Wow.
Gold. I finally have some gold.
Oh.
Yay! That's so pog.
Only
Wow.
970 more gold to go.
Oh, what is this? A rocky crevice?
Lies a bag enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
Survey the spiders.
Oh.
Oh no, I failed both.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
The creatures clutch the pouch possessively.
What if I
Is
do
gold so
this?
precious to spiders.
Oh god.
Doing good, right?
Oh, god.
What's
Not even
happening,
close to
guys?
Pincers pierce you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, can you try? Wow,
Let me
that kinda
try.
hurt.
Let me try.
Whoa, where are you guys?
Yeah, I'm so lost.
Enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders.
There's a golden bag we're trying to get from spiders. They bit me though.
Let's try let's try talking to these spiders.
I give you guidance.
Oh no.
Wait, no, wait.
Oh.
Oh, wow, we suck.
All right, let me try not talking to the
Skitter
spiders.
about, more nervous than before.
Yeah, you got this. Don't worry.
Let's go. Let's go. Ah.
Oh.
This is not close.
Pincers pierce your flesh.
So the inspiration we get allows us to re-roll any dialogue in the game. If we have like a bad thing. I'm gonna check again. Fuck
The back
this.
of the crevice lies
Okay.
a bag, enfolded in the chitinous squabbling of spiders.
Finally, I've made it.
Shiny gold.
How do you guys get over there?
It was a long walk for sure.
I got a pouch.
Wandered.
And inside the pouch there was a spider egg and like 13 gold. Wow, it was not worth me taking damage. Wait, is that? Wait. Move back. Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Wait, why are we in battle?
I reached in to
Uh-oh.
touch the
Whoa,
spider.
where are you guys?
Why did you touch the spiders?
I wanted to. I'm so curious. I was so curious.
Don't move. I'm gonna throw
Don't move?
something.
Okay. Hey, what do you mean you're gonna throw something? Hey. Hey.
I hit you for 0, don't worry. Beat him
Okay.
up.
Hog.
Empty mind flare
We
vessel.
did it. That was so
If
easy.
its occupant survived,
There's
then
2 more.
nowhere to be seen.
Oh. Oops.
Ooh, yikes.
Hey. Hey, you do better.
Alright.
I want to hear from the Oathbreaker.
Hey, I'm trying to get my oath back.
I don't want to hear it. Yeah, you're gonna pay it off. Like
Yeah.
those taxes. you
Damn,
got?
your religion's kind of easy, man.
Yeah. We have no loot. This is so tragic.
I found a random dialogue while trying to find you.
Woo!
Oh, okay. Do not move, guys, and do not be alarmed. There's an oil barrel here.
Woo!
Oh.
Wow.
Did that do anything?
Maybe we could have put the spiders over here. Hey, there's a chest here. You guys already loot this?
Oh, I
Of
did
course
not.
you did.
Maybe.
Oh, I can move the chest.
Where did Ham go?
I got lost trying to get to you guys.
Where is gnome?
Yeah?
Nomosexual?
Nomosexual. We're coming.
I'm in a conversation with a dying man.
Okay, well, don't hold back.
I'll kill him. Don't worry.
Don't do that. Don't
I
do
will
that.
kill him.
We should just you should just give up your oath. If we're playing with no,
What the
I
hell?
What
don't,
do you mean by
I
that?
don't know
What
if we're
the
getting.
Hey, I didn't kill this man. He died by himself. I just watched him.
We're gonna pay 1,000 gold, get my oath back, and then I'm gonna lose my oath immediately.
Oh,
Search that
oh,
corpse.
okay.
We.
A true soul, like you, has been chosen by the Absolute. You speak with her voice. Your words are her command. She grants you the power to enforce her will. And when the time comes, the true souls, you will rule.
We should search this corpse.
We were looking for fugitives. Survivors
Okay.
from that We managed to drag him away, but the beast's claws had already done their work.
Did you kill that guy?
Killed one of
He
us.
killed himself.
What? It's an enemy
What?
of
Say
the
that.
Absolute. You're
Well,
right, Sir.
something killed
The
him,
beast
and it
must be
wasn't
destroyed.
me.
The cave is just ahead.
It was an owl bear.
too much for us
Hey, we have to
but
go to the
if
owl
you could
bear.
help
The
us
cave is
through-
just ahead.
Okay.
Shall we go?
Okay.
Yeah, we should go
Yeah.
kill. Yeah.
Yeah, kill time. Kill time.
Let's follow them. Follow them. Follow them.
Ooh, Albert traps.
Do you think it's gonna spawn right now? Alchemy. Why am I stuck in this weird position? I'm in the cave mouth.
Oh, okay,
Owl
we
bear
go in.
nest. This is only kind of scary.
Oh. That's so bad.
Ooh, this goblin at 52 gold.
Whoa, for your oath.
For my oath. Once 900 more.
Oh.
I just took damage from jumping. I'm about to die.
Hey, don't do that.
Whoa, that's an owl bear! Whoa, that's an owl bear!
I'm not gonna watch Chelsea's finals.
Oh, they look very strong.
Whoa, I'm scared. Guys?
Do we just walk around?
I think I aggroed it. Animal handling. It's over.
I got you. I got you. Your
Okay.
guidance.
Okay. So freaking easy.
Yeah.
It's just so
The owlbear's
easy.
one good eye flicks away for a moment. You follow its glance.
Baby
and see
bear.
an owlbear cub.
I
The
mean no
owlbear
harm.
stares, then sharply inhales your scent. It sits back, its eyes still fixed on you. A silent ultimatum. You can leave now, or step closer and die.
All right, what do you guys want?
I think
It
we
kinda
should leave.
Has 91
fight
HP.
I bet we could kill it.
We could do
Are
it.
you guys scared?
We're talking to these guys. It's huge.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Can you stop pressing C? Can the IRS stop trying to hide and get detected non-stop?
Oh, you can hear that?
We see the check fail and succeed non-stop.
So awesome.
Yeah, I leave.
Wait, do we want them to attack or do you want them, what do you guys want them to do?
I
I mean, I feel like
don't know.
I would do this.
Like, we're not strong.
What do you mean we're not strong?
Yeah, we are strong.
Hey, put on a performance.
Let me heal you guys first. Maybe then.
Oh, yeah. That would be nice. One heal, please.
A performance.
So easy. You're like a modern day clown.
Entertain us, clown.
1313.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
You're right. We can handle this.
Oh, they'll
And
go get killed by themselves? No way. They're running in to get killed by themselves?
Let's
no
go.
freaking way. We're in battle with them.
Oh, we joined them? Oh, they dodged.
I think it's
Okay.
over.
No, we just fight, guys. We just fight. Don't worry, guys. I have a secret spell. Can you put grease here?
Where? I just put grease on top of them.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Hey, I think Fumi's kind of on the grease.
Oh, that
Why
won't
did she
matter.
walk so close to do a ranged attack?
Don't worry.
On top of the grease?
Don't
Fumi's
worry.
directly on the grease to do a ranged attack.
Don't you
Oh my god,
worry.
why is there fire on me? Why is there fire on me? Hey. Why is there...
See, it's already like half.
Is it actually? Wow, you're
Yeah.
not wrong.
I cast 2
It's
level.
a little baby bear.
We gotta kill the
Oh.
baby.
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
That's against my oath.
Oh, we might have made them enemies because we hit them with a grease.
No, they saved. They saved you by making you not
No, they are definitely not.
Hey, they saved you. You're no longer standing in fire.
Hey. I have acid on me.
That sucks. What? What, me? What? What? What?
Oh.
On top of me?
Looks away.
Oh, fuck.
Well, goodbye.
What just happened?
Nomosexual.
Guys, it has
the NPCs.
strength increased by 2 because enraged. Enraged.
Oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you, man.
Did they do? Why do they hate us now?
Oh, I definitely set them on fire.
Oh.
Definitely. Whoa.
Yikes.
He's
Don't-
kind of angry.
Don't worry, he's poisoned and he's burning and he's distressed. He's literally just collecting debuffs.
Alright, I'll give him a mental debuff next. Whoa, double down!
Easy.
What the?
Can you hit this guy? Can you hit this guy? Like, I don't know, man. Never mind. It's fine. Just hit this guy.
Oh. What the? I can't hit anybody.
Wow.
I should get out of this acid. Let me get out of this.
Damn.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
They just shoved the...
Yeah, they shoved a little baby off.
Oh my god.
That's so fucked up.
That's so sad.
Okay. Hit him with a little 1-2.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, hit him with a 1-2.
Hit me
And
with
now
the
they're gonna
1-2.
get the iron. That's awesome.
I got it.
Got it?
One
One,
HP?
hey, 1 HP. You have to. Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
Attitude. Whoa, minus 55. That owlbear is really angry.
Wait, why are
We need
still...
to kill this. We need to kill this one.
Oh.
God damn. Hey, I think Clem is dying.
He's got a little bit. Don't worry.
Orf needs. Oh,
Oh,
thank goodness.
thank you.
What happened?
What happened?
The owlbear is looking at its dead mom.
It sure is. We kind of killed the mom.
Oh my.
We can let it live or attack it.
What do we do? What?
Let it live. Let the creature
Let
live.
it live.
Okay. Oh my god. I can't believe you would attack it. You're heartless.
You watch.
He
speechless.
squashed us and one-hit 2 of our teammates.
Hey, it's eating its mom now.
Yeah, you feel better now that it ate its mother?
I feel better.
I think we should kill it, actually.
No,
Now
I
that
think
we-
I feel better.
I don't know. Feel sick for real. Does anyone want the scroll of ice knife? I do not.
That sounds like something you can use.
Does anyone need leather armor? Who uses leather armor?
I don't know. Do I?
I think you use it.
I got the
yeah, I'll
biggest.
take-
Okay, we can afford your oath now.
Oh yeah, all
Oh.
combined.
The
Let's
owl
go.
bear egg is worth 750 gold,
Oh, let's go.
if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't know where we could sell it though. I don't think there's a trader that has that much gold.
Wait. There's a chest here.
Ooh.
Kind
Taking
of.
damage.
Yeah, the chest is kind of killing. There's a seal on it.
Is there a button somewhere?
To open it? Can you just pick the lock?
It says it does damage to any heretics that touch it.
Hey.
I'm a paladin though.
Are you?
Maybe if I come back. Well,
Help me. Guys? Hey. Come
I
on.
feel like I shouldn't help you.
Hey, look, come on.
Hey, you don't have to help her. We
Yeah, come on.
Let me go get
Hey, come on. We can
That's a
talk
neat
about
piece.
this.
Do
Hey,
you
hey.
guys want to help her?
Hey.
She
Come
has been kind
on.
of a B word, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So not only are
I'm
you
sorry, kid, down people-
nomophobic, you're also misogynistic. Never mind the fact that my character is a man.
You're right.
Ugh,
Never
a
mind.
man. Oh, I mean.
She's speaking some crazy talk. We should put her out of her misery.
Yeah.
Pick me up, please.
Why would you possibly try to go for this chest?
It's just so shiny. I'm impulsive. It's on my character sheet.
Yeah, but are
Okay.
you also stupid?
That is not on my character sheet.
That's
That's
weird.
quite rude of you.
That seems to be the only
Again.
thing I'm. Oh.
I remember you saying that before.
It was just
And
as funny back then.
It hurts just the same as back then.
Yeah.
Can someone pick me up?
Oh, okay, we got you. Are you gonna try and open it again?
I'm impulsive. Might as well.
Okay, we're here for you.
I'm standing back.
Oh. Oh.
Can you guys pick me up, please? Hey, she just punched me!
I didn't know such thing.
I have a strategy, guys.
Hey, guys!
What is happening?
Hello?
What's the strat?
I'm gonna pick it up. Ow. Okay.
Eh?
Well, hold on.
What the?
Hey, I did try picking it up and putting it in my wares.
Let me
Didn't
go
work.
look with it. A British shield surrounds are doing 2 to 4 enemy.
Holy shit! Did you try picking it up?
Yeah.
That did a lot of damage to you.
Please. Help.
I don't know. You kind of stabbed me twice.
Only once.
You kind of stabbed me twice.
I have 1 HP.
I was
I have
stabbed
no more
twice.
heals.
Can we not pick it up?
We're kind of criminals.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
know
if we
what?
can pick
It's
it up.
doomed.
I'm gonna open it. Can I
We're
open it?
kind of criminals.
You can,
I don't know if
yeah,
we can
open it. Yeah, please.
Yeah, try. Yeah, open it. Be our guest. Open it.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow, I
Sure.
wonder how Gnome died twice here.
Oh.
Just don't
Oh.
know.
Oh.
Spelled with a G. I just know. Don't know.
Stupid. Fucking so dumb.
I just do not know.
So
not know how that
dumb.
happened.
So. You trying to use this rock to climb up? Oh, there we go. So how do I leave 1 HP purgatory? How
You
can I-
have, we have
You
to
rest.
rest. You can
Oh
short
my.
Is it
rest.
time to rest?
Well, no. Why don't we do 2 short rests?
Oh, there we go.
Yay! Better
All
than
right, what's next in the plan? We have to do something big, something awesome. I don't want to admit it, but I'm kind of hungry.
like in the game or?
In real life, I not role playing.
Oh.
Little
Not
McDonald's?
role playing right now. I'm kind of hungry.
You want to stop here before we go deeper?
No, I
into
think we should do something
else?
awesome. But I'm kind
Kill
of
each other?
hungry. No.
The only thing I know we can do is get my oath back.
Wow, that sounds quite awesome.
Through tears.
Oh, this was bugged.
Understandable. Well, what's that noise?
I'm gonna go back to the city because if you look at our mini map, do you see the things that are like stars? we need to do those or for our quests. Some of them were our main quests, some of them were not.
Oh.
We got sidetracked because someone was like, "Yo, come here."
Who?
Dude, that was like 2 hours ago.
Is there anything you need?
Who did that?
Fast if you do.
Who?
Just some bits and bobs.
I do not know. I do not gnick. I did that.
So fucking.
Oh.
Alright, who do I sell?
It's like this guy you can sell
Who
to.
do you sell?
Who do I sell to?
Wait, I can't.
Or who do I sell? Can I sell
saw-
the gnome?
Guys, I think this party session's very hostile. Towards me specifically. Just a hunch.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
So like these traders
Give you that
can sell
idea.
to. But
Oh,
they may
okay.
not have all the gold you need. So some of the
Okay.
they each hold like a flat amount of gold. How do I get there? That's a trader.
Oh. How much? Oh, so they have 308.
So the egg, yeah, but I mean, do they have 750 gold for me? Okay, so I talked to this person to find someone, right?
Goblins, grab what you can.
We should be getting drunk at least.
Wait, I can't. They are busy talking to someone.
Oh, that means someone else is right next to you doing that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is this where we're supposed to go?
Have you spoken to Korga?
Not yet.
I have no idea.
But if the druid...
Okay.
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins, they'll find
Got
us.
it. Okay, nothing important here. We should go to the grove and try to make it.
Where are we
fit.
headed?
The druid grove, maybe, mayhaps.
I'm gonna fight those bears.
Oh.
You get those bears.
I am going to fight those bears.
Love to be in combat so far away.
You mean it? I will start a combat if you mean that.
Wait, where are
I think
you?
I mean it.
Do you genuinely mean that? I will do it if you genuinely mean that.
I don't think
You
I
genuinely mean that?
No, definitely not.
You don't genuinely mean
You can buy
that?
the spear shop,
I
but
don't
do we
think
have
so.
a
I'm about to
spear?
start conversation with the druids.
I'm selling stuff.
Oh.
Give me 1 sec.
Did I die?
not know.
No, I'm good. What is this so loud?
Whoa, what the?
Oh, roar! Whoa, bear! Is that the bear we can have sex with?
What? You can
Oh.
do that in this?
Is that the bear we can have sex with? Guys?
You can do everything in this game.
Is that the bear I can have sex with?
What?
You can do everything in this game. Can't believe it.
This cutscene is so loud.
Hey, where
What?
are we?
What?
Where are we supposed to go now?
Where did my?
There.
Was there 3 parts of the spear? Look, I don't even have the spear parts anymore. I can't even get. Okay, whatever, man.
So fucking lost.
Hold. Go on.
Do you
Take
hear
this
that?
Hear
Call
what?
it.
The sound, the ambient noises? Do you not hear it? It is so
Got
loud.
more where that came from. Real
What
cheap
the?
too. Interested?
Why is
Yeah,
this
magically I would have felt
so
it.
loud?
So loud. You caught me. I'm just trying to earn money
Oh,
for
that's
it.
cute.
I wish I had better things to sell than trinkets, but it's all I have.
Rawr.
All right.
Thank
I think that's a bear you can have sex with.
Can you actually, or is this?
I mean it. Slash Jen.
Nothing caught your eye.
You can romance the bear. I won't stop.
I
you.
will do it.
Boy giving a
I will do
smile.
it. I will have sex with the bear.
That's great. That's great.
Wait.
You can. Yeah, you can have dibs
What?
on the bear.
Now I have it.
I insist.
There's
What?
many bears here.
Oh, I don't know which bear I can have sex with then.
You might have to try
Maybe
all of them.
Bosk.
Oh, you guys are here.
Yeah.
This bear has a partner already.
I was just told that it's not one of these bears. It's a different bear.
Oh.
Yeah,
Fine, ask your
unfortunately.
Let's just describe.
We'll find the right bear for you.
Successfully recalling various
Give an
details.
exact description.
Goblins. Can you still talk with these animals?
Yeah, I'm talking to them.
In the rear, was it of the
There
brass
wasn't any
or
dragon.
silver? Witnesses failed
What?
to notice the last question. Then you'll be
Ooh,
quite
yike.
Hey!
Oh, that was
They call it like a war crime.
Oh, bear thing.
Leave me alone. I just got owned by a bird.
We saw.
I'm gonna intimidate this bird now. Piss off, Jesus.
Excuse me, I ought not to dawdle.
Okay, goblins are the
What
university.
the heck?
What the hell?
That's
Lolo,
messed up.
Weird.
What the fuck? What are you doing? You're just harassing this bird.
Guys, you are lowering the attitude of people around us. Hello?
I will drop it. I will drop
What
the
the
item.
hell? You picked something up.
I will drop it. Worry not. I will drop the item.
You first you make
Worry not. I will drop it.
break his oath, and now you're trying to steal.
Worry not, guys. Hey, it's on my character sheet. My character's a kleptomaniac.
Oh my god.
Is also on the character sheet that you're stupid?
That was not on my character sheet.
Should be.
Okay, guys, can you come down here? We gotta talk to the druids.
Okay.
Wait, the quest here, or like the story is, the tieflings need the druid to help. Or else.
Where's here?
Oh, the stone door? Oh my god, what is happening?
Please.
My.
Where?
I'm sorry.
This is madness.
Hold on,
Olga.
you can just
She's
listen
just
in.
a
A what, Wrath? A thief?
Okay.
A poison?
Hey, there's a snake.
Oh,
Threat?
snake.
I will imprison the devil, and I will cast out the rest.
Oh. She's just a child.
She's a parasite.
Oh.
She eats our food, drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks.
Wrath,
she looks
lock
a
her up.
little-
She remains here until the rite is complete. And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Huh?
Hey, why did no one warn me
back
that
the
there's
idol?
gonna be a
Surely
jump
do
scare?
it.
Oh, I have I have tiefling things.
Ooh.
I released her. I swear she'll get out of trouble. And
18!
Oh,
You can
18.
pass this.
no, watch.
I'm watching.
Wait.
Yeah.
Where's the
Is
advantage?
it better for advantage or better for? I think it's better for advantage. I get 2 dices.
Yeah.
Oh, I can use all of them. Oh my god.
Yo. Just rack it up.
Okay.
You just have to roll a 13.
I got it.
It's
Oh,
so free.
easy.
Very well. She may go.
Hey, we saved a kid.
Break your word, and my serpent shall feed. Sif, Tila.
She just speaks snake.
Thief.
That's not her.
My
The
grace
snake name,
has
I
its
think.
limits.
Thank you, Korg.
Really?
Master
This is-
Holson.
Halcyon isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Oh. Oh, we
kind of,
saved her. Whew.
Awesome.
All right, Kaga.
on.
Say it.
You think I'm a monster?
Is she a monster?
No, she's not.
You're protecting your own. Sometimes cruelty is required.
First you urge grace, then you speak truth.
You should try kissing her.
I would love to.
Twice over. A shame the grace period ends.
Okay, you should do it.
Viper's fangs
She
have been
doesn't like
bared.
my one eye.
She must guard her brood.
Sounds like skill diff.
I took back the idol of Sylvanus, and the righteous
Doesn't sound
resumed.
very yaoi either.
We will seal the grove.
It's Yuri though. This is so
Yuri.
Yuri-ful.
Oh, true.
Zevlar believes his people will perish on the road.
Mine perish if he stays.
Yeah. So
You
the
should
tieflings are
break
trying to stay here,
The metal of a
but the
skilled
druids are driving
sword
them
for
out.
hire. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders
out of the grove. I'm sure they'll reward. They're to be gone before the Viper must strike. You will do more. This tale ends but one way.
Oh god.
The
I
Outlander rot
had to go talk to Zevlor
and the
again.
grove forever shrouded.
These guys are dicks, man.
We should just kill them all.
Yeah, we should just enter combat and kill them all.
Oh my god, then we can take all this stuff.
Oh
my god, do you want to do it? Take out my sword.
I see you.
I don't know.
I put on my robe and wizard hat.
Would
I
anyone?
cast level 99 dick hardening.
Oh.
Oh, you should take off those pants again.
Okay, you mean it?
No, I don't.
They're off. They're off. They are off.
Leaves.
They are
Leaves.
off.
Doesn't look at you. Doesn't make eye contact. Leaves.
Hey, I'm right here.
Hey, this is where Scarra is.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a wolf.
Oh, a silver wolf.
Let me at him.
Put on your pants before you talk to him.
Okay. Can someone talk to her?
To who?
She is a quest thing.
Oh, I'm listening to this wolf conversation.
Hey, it's the
Oh.
bird that
What will you do?
Ham King.
No,
Or
wait.
sorry. The,
I see
gnome, Homo gnome.
Just give me a
Homo
moment.
gnome? That's not my name. What the hell?
Gnome sexual, my bad.
My name is
It's up to her now.
nomosexual. Put some respect to my name,
Now,
please.
what?
No.
Wait, that dog is with my mom. That's
Serpent.
really.
Last time I
Yeah,
saw
this is the
him,
bird I
he
kicked.
tried to slit me open.
That's awesome.
I hope you're more agreeable.
I
Oh,
need
she's
your
racist.
My
ability.
bedside manner
Something
is
took a
better than
chunk out of
yours.
you.
Come here. Let's have a look at you.
Oh god. Yeah,
Oh.
come look at me.
You seem healthy enough. A bit tired.
I
around the
recognize
house,
that voice. Interesting. Do you guys think if
A tadpole
I
in my head.
were in a lineup of 20 people,
A mind
100
flayer
people,
tadpole.
and
That's
you were
right.
able to give
Know
them,
them?
you were able to ask a question, you
I'll
guys
do
should
what I
tell
can.
my voice
Come,
distinctly?
Follow me. I might be able to help.
Hey, we
She's
need
a
to
healer.
Yes.
kill something for this
No,
bird.
man. Are you sure? I swear you
talking
guys
about?
would mess up.
You did
This
this.
bird died. It wasn't me. She said that some monsters. Whoa, there's blood all over this bird now.
Oh, they.
What the?
We were here.
Hey, why is there somebody lying here already?
They dissected a drow? Oh.
Don't worry
What the
about him,
hell?
Cave.
Hey, that's my
I'm not in the
race.
habit he attacked Master Halson and I.
Oh, okay.
Leading a pack
This
of
place
goblins.
looks kind of
Tadpole
sus.
crawled
You have
out
like
his
this
head
distinct
soon
cadence?
Hey, you
I
know
don't
what?
know if you guys
You can't
could.
dissect them.
Seems so. Give Master Halson a right
What
start.
the hell? What's that noise?
I'm gonna speak to this dead body.
That's what we heard.
You can do that?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
It's why he
Where
joined
did
the
you get your
adventurers on our
tadpole?
expedition. To find out what was happening.
Stupid ass
Pity you got me
corpse.
instead of him. He understands.
Who
these
are
things.
you?
You don't have to be here for this. All right. Let's see what we can do.
I'll take anything.
Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening.
Do we have symptoms?
Any symptoms? Strange events?
That's
I
pretty
merged my
crazy.
mind.
Symptoms can identify
Yeah.
each other. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halson was desperate to find where all this was
Yeah,
happening.
where did we get it? On a mind flayer?
A
ship?
mind flayer ship? But Master Halson was sure. Look, you've been straight with me.
Hey.
So I'll be straight with you.
What the?
You're dangerous. If you transform here,
Oh.
you're all dead.
That's so true.
This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you
Oh.
feel any symptoms.
I'm not making that promise.
The thorn? Coated in a fatal toxin. It was a lab.
Oh,
I
she's
don't
gonna
have a
kill
cure.
us.
Only a way out.
That's so
Oh, she
cute.
I
lied.
had to be sure you weren't a threat before I told
gotta
you
kill her.
everything. Now, do I have your word or not?
I swear.
I hope it doesn't come to that. But, you know, I've spent my life treating folk and never once saw a mind flayer infection. Master Halson and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on.
Because you should all be changing.
True.
There should be a small army of mind flayers out there.
What do you mean by
Mind flayers
changing?
reproduce by infecting someone with their parasite. 7 gruesome days later, the victim transforms
have
and
a
a new
week,
mind flayer is
guys.
born. The thing in your skull, though.
How long has it
it's
been
different,
so
Jack.
far?
It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers, telepathic connections.
Only a matter of
Could
time.
be.
I do like having telepathic powers.
Infected.
Yep.
Folks like you.
It's kind of nice.
Lets me into someone's mind intimately.
And I've no idea why.
And mind control
When
them.
Master
Looks
Hampwned
into
and
your
the adventurers
eyes
were heading that way,
intimately.
He saw a chance to get answers.
Breaks eye
Joined
contact
on the
and looks
spot.
away.
Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back.
What do you want
The
me
thing
to
is,
do?
I've sent birds to find him. But
Birds.
the place is rotten with goblins.
I kicked one
None of us
earlier.
can even get close.
Don't long rest 7 times. Oh.
If you can find Halson and get him out of there, we can
Okay,
discover
we
what
have
he
to find
learned.
Halson,
And
guys.
perhaps he can
We can
save
do
your
that.
life.
We can do that.
Thank you. It would mean everything.
I don't care about you.
Oh, you did a good thing. We got inspiration. We have 3
Yay.
inspiration now.
I was quite inspired.
Hog.
She was pretty nice.
Yeah, all things
should kill her.
considered.
She led us astray. Oh, I don't like this.
Are you touching things with red hands?
No, it wasn't red hand. It was regular hand. I promise. Miles. Hey, why can't we loot the dissected drow?
Maybe because it's hers and you're doing it in front of her?
Hey, that's my race. That's my race. That's fucked up. She can't just dissect my race.
She can do what she
Yeah,
wants.
she can do whatever she wants.
That's it. I'm gonna hit her. I'm gonna,
Huh?
I'm gonna go. Where'd she go? Hey, where'd everybody go? Everyone's
Talking to
gone.
rats.
Would you? Sylvanus'
I can
blessing.
combine
Halcyon is an
items in
elf
a
with the
cauldron?
presence of a bear.
A rat! It's not speaking to me. Hey, all these rats are ignoring me.
Are they giving you the silent treatment?
Yeah, they are.
Probably
Good.
better that way.
So true.
Why?
You went west? Oh.
'Cause you're going to just
he went
sexually harass
this
the rat.
way?
Oh, I need a long rest before I can speak to them.
If you have multi-classing, I think it's cool.
Hey,
I'm
would
all
you drink?
tuckered out from my rat speaking.
Oh.
Would you drink rat milk?
Yeah, I would drink rat milk.
Okay.
No question. Unwaveringly, I would drink rat milk.
So gross.
If a rat were to offer its milk to me, I suppose I would drink it.
Yeah, you would squeeze it out of a rat.
Yeah, I would take the rat like a wet sponge and then put it over my mouth and drink it.
Huh, I think this is
Cool.
This is a good place to stop, honestly.
I would drink a rat in that manner if I were to pick up a rat and like, you know, just twist it like a squeegee and it just started leaking fluids. I would drink from a rat like that, yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is a good place to stop.
Yeah, I don't really want to listen to Gnome anymore.
I've been in prison. Guys, I was in prison for 20 years. You take what you can get.
I think it's time to
Sometimes
go.
the rats crawl in through the holes in the walls, and when I am desperately hungry after the guards have beaten me, after I need the yowie. Hey, why did Scarra leave?
Please roll for sanity.
All right, it's time to go.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
can
that's
everyone open up Google and RD120 to see how much toxic damage they took from the session? Guys?
Okay.
Okay, roll so you see how much
How do you
damage. Oh, I guess I can just link.
I think it's just like dice
Oh, just
roll,
Google
right?
D20.
Yeah, roll
Like-
D20.
Yeah,
no,
Google
you
it.
just roll D20, okay?
Just
Yeah,
I
yeah,
took
roll
15.
D20.
I took 15 poison damage from
I
this.
took 5.
I took 8.
Oh, I guess Scar is just the weakest one here.
Oh, I'm especially susceptible to mental trauma.
I was just when I was young, a squirrel. I entered a romantic relationship was a squirrel and it manipulated me into doing crime.
I'm rolling again for more.
Okay.
I rolled a 6.
Oh, so you can take okay.
I rolled
and then,
another 6.
I gotta
and
go
then
pee
I rolled a
so
20.
bad.
I rolled a 20.
I gotta.
Okay, bye guys. This was awesome.
Yeah, it was so fun.
It was fun.
Goodbye, GG.
Bye.
Bye.
Now with that, let me go play some ads. I will be right back. Let me pee, and then we'll figure it out. I don't think I'm gonna end my stream yet. I kind of keep wanting. I want to keep streaming. Dude, oh my! I need to get better at so many games. I accepted an invite to a VTuber Apex tournament yesterday. I accepted an invite to a league thing, and oh god. I need to get eventually better for TFT by December. That one is I can wait. I feel like that one would be the easiest one. You'll league start. Oh, and I am also league starting PoE. I'm sponsored to play tomorrow, and I wanted to play the league anyways. So I am a little. Is the league tomorrow? League starts in 38 hours. Oh. When is my league starting? I don't know. That's a good damn good question. I think I'm league starting. I don't fucking know, man. Not a mathful thing. That was fucking bad. I was thinking maybe I don't know. Yeah, the spirit charges, but it's probably not a league starter. I probably transition my build to it later. Yeah, I was gonna play the 21 stack light poacher build, but I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on. I'm trying to figure out what a fun build would be to play in this league with the new tattoos and stuff. So it's not Omni. It's not probably an attribute stacker. It's got to be something with flask effectiveness or something off the new support gems. I don't want to do Guardian. I saw people were interested in that. Can I recommend a game called My Friendly Neighbor? I mean, I have a lot of games I like to play right now. It has 10 out of 10 with 1,100 reviews.
Let's be a
Why am I shooting dolls with guns? And why am I tying them up? Oh my god. Horror game as RE8? That's interesting. Okay. I'm not interested now. I feel like the games are too good right now. But maybe in a couple weeks, I'll be interested. But I will say, I have confirmed that I'm traveling next month. I've also confirmed I'm not going to do Scarra Timber because of it. Due to something that just came up. I cannot do it. But I will give you guys one amazing day. I'll give you guys something. I'm still gonna do something. Now, on the 1st of September, assuming, okay, there's something that may not show up in time, but assuming it's all good, I will give you something on the 1st of September. It will be fucking funny. I'll give you the best stream of the month. Probably of the year, actually. But we'll see if everything works out.
Let's get this party started.
Oh, there's a new patch today. I heard pumping up Garen is meta. I am literally fucking Nostradamus, but like 100 years early. Callista's Giga Broken Way, really? Now he's meta, what will I do? Damn, what will I do? I think the way to beat Garen is just Lux, right? Like, I played enough Garen to know how to win against Garen. What if I become the counter? The monster replaced Noxus as the early win streaker? Wait, there's no way. Oh my god, wait. Isn't this kind of lit? Mouse to Poppy 2, and then I have this. Gary Cops play Lux? Fuck.
Guess we're fighting.
I don't think I'm playing Renekton. I guess there is a small chance I'm playing Triss. No, it's fucking... I think I need gold. I need a lot of gold here. Damn, can I just streak out with this opener? My opener looks pretty fucking good. I don't know, maybe it's not that good. That guy has Callista.
The Shadow Isle
are just the beginning.
Probably should do this. I don't think ZZ Rot's better than this. I have enough frontline here. Pretty sure I'll own him better with I need offensive items here. How to do this? Okay, this is 2 when you buy XP. Wait, does that mean if I buy XP here, I can make it to 8 or 5 next round? Is that right? Oh, it is right. What the fuck? Damn, what do I even put in here? It's definitely not this. It's... Do I just put in Rogue? I feel like... I almost feel like Galio or Timor are better here. There's no way I lose this, right? That would have to be crazy. Alright, wait. They buffed that one guy who shoots the chakrams, right? They buffed Aphelios, right? So like, I can play Aphelios, no problem.
Dawn is the future.
Wow, this guy has Unburdened? Oh, yikes, man. What? This guy's so fucking strong. What? I'm gonna hit him now, I think, before he hits level 8. But like, I feel like I just died to that guy. Yeah, let's go. There's 2 streakers, 100. Oh, hell yeah. I got Warmogs and I got this? Hell yeah. I think I just play Sorks for at least a little bit.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
What's this?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Spencer free top 4? Maybe.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Darkness gathers on the Isles from every depth.
Is Garrett actually OP? I think this guy's already going Garrett. Wow, I lost this level to 6, man. It's fucking doomed. It's actually fucking doomed, man.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I mean, is this just not a pivot to Demacia? What the fuck? Well, Rager's good. It's actually not his BIS, I heard. I've heard everyone goes Titans now instead. But I feel like that's because you go pumping, and so that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. If I get Garen 2 here, don't I just play Garen? Don't I play Garen anyways, man? I'm so close to Garen anyways. And I think I only need Garen 2. Do I actually play this? What did I put this on? I guess I put this on this for now. Wondering if I put it on my There's no way I keep Kale, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, do I play Kale? What the hell? Do I just rage like Kale?
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Like, Kale's shred is like, it's not shred and sunder, right? It's just magic resist. It got all that shimmers, Kaisa. Play 5 Demacia now? Yep. Wow, that one snip kind of hurt. That's kind of a painful snip. Oh. I'm gonna kill no units here, I think. Oh, never mind, kill 2. I don't know. Is the comp just 7 Demacia at level? Then what do you put at level 8? Like a Juggernaut, or is it just like Shen? Invoker, Bass. Going Garen carry? I mean, yeah, but it's done. Like, I think you're pretty sure you have Lux here now. Very careful Lux. Is that even good? Is the Stork even good though? Yeah, it's just a legendary +1, I guess. I feel like this is not doing anything, which is not good. I do not feel good about that. I guess I just give this to Garen, right? Because I don't have pumping up. The Philios unit looks fake as fuck. Good 9 Demaglio. Wait, 9 looks pretty good. I know you're supposed to roll at 6, but with Yumi zone, it's like I'm pretty sure I can just make it to 8, right? Dude, I'm not killing anything. Soraka, is this broken? Or I think Aphelios is this bad. Oh, Aphelios look kind of bad. That's true. I have consistency value, so I have at least a lot of gold. I just think I go 8 and I just roll all in, right? What the fuck is this?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Sure, I guess. I heard you're supposed to play Gotta Go Fast in this comp, which I guess makes sense if you're playing Sona plus Lux. But when you're just playing Garen, you definitely never fucking take that augment, man. Oh, this is a good loss. Really, really good loss. Still above 40? That's so good. Okay. If I get level up here, it's completely different. It's not different. Do I want Leech or tons of stats? Not Ascension. How fast is that we take for Garrett? It's just off attack speed. Your words are confusing.
Noxus will rise. I miss the darkness of the void. So the strength of Demacia. Shurima is where all paths converge.
Hold up a sec.
Victory awaits. Just looking for a road home.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Demacia, now and forever.
All right, sorry. I think I'll double check. Gotta go fast because I thought I read it wrong. Because somebody in chat said some shit about Garen needing attack speed, which is why Gotta Go Fast is perfect for Garen. And then I literally reread it, and it says nothing about attack speed. So I thought I was right. I got baited. I need 2 tiers here, and I'm good to go. Even though I don't really want Archangels. I think I just take out Gwen here, and then I play. Gwen's fine actually to play, but I'm just rolling for legendary.
I've got you.
What am I missing? That was a question of whether that I like Aatrox or Garen more. What does this give me? Dude, that's pretty fucking good. Probably always Aatrox here then. This has double Rage Blade. Yeah, always gets position. It's a little weird for positioning wise. I guess I just move the air to the outside here. It's fine. Surprised how much soda did here. Okay, pretty happy now. I just need to get Lux too. The only problem with this comp, I think it's hard to get Garen 3 here. Let's see this, I think. Only Garen 3. I mean, okay, yeah, but it would be nice. Oh, the last thing is a component for tier? Oh, perfect. Perfect. Pretty sure I have to roll for Lux 2 here, right?
Shurima is where all paths converge. Victory awaits.
The light of Demacia!
Oh, I'm actually super close to, whatchamacallit, Garen 3. I roll fucking the Demon Slayer, like, I am good to go. I'm gonna do fucking insane damage this game. Where is he shooting? What? He was shooting fucking the other direction? Narnia? What? Like, I want to roll down for Garen 3, but I think I'm okay for now. Wow, double Warbox, the 10% max health regen per second. Is this unit ever fucking dying? I hope I play a mage player. Like, I don't know who. Like, maybe this. This. What's that for one Garen? Well, I mean, I'll just chill. I'm so curious if he can ever kill this. I'm so interested to know if he can kill this. I think no way in hell. He's level 9 though with 10 gold. God, he got there already, man. Healing. He blocked this much.
Guess we're fighting.
Yeah, this Poppy sucks. This Kale. At least a Kale can be decent at 2-star level 9. This Poppy is just fucking useless, man. On the right side here. He'll get a static, yeah, but I mean that's not super good for me, you know. Oh, Garen looks pretty good now. Garen looks pretty awesome. I think I roll it all here, right? Was I rolling 9? That's okay. Put it on Sona. She can't roll Morello anymore. It's pretty good.
Demacia must lead by example.
I think I roll here.
Yes.
Right to glory. The light of Demacia.
Victory awaits. Show the strength of Demacia.
I'm gonna stay hard 8 this game. He talks for Leech. Oh, you're right. You're genius. I've completely forgot about my Leech. The leech actually worked out for Lux so well here. This guy's going Zeri. Wait, I have consistency. Wait, it's giving me... Oh my god, 6 plus 6 gold rounds? I forgot I had consistency. What build should I play for this PoE league? I don't know. I was gonna build something different. Backline. Oh fuck my! I didn't think I was hitting this guy. This guy, my thing is on the wrong side. It's really bad. Cause she's like one of the only units that can ever kill Garen, man. Oh. I like that this guy's still alive because he still has like a shitload of 4 costs. I'm down to roll next round. They play League Start, yeah. I'm on the wrong fucking side again. Fuck. I hate this guy, ABA? What the hell? Wait, I probably lose here. This one's really rough, actually. I rolled Morello's again also.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Dude, I rolled Morello's, Lux, and Blue Buff Sona there. Like, is that even fair? I got GS here, yeah.
I will rule the Freljord.
GS. I think if I just position this correctly, it's possible for me to do a lot better. So this time it's positioned super well. I didn't roll fucking some dumbass radiant item. Kill this Gwen. Oh yeah, okay. It was all positioning diff then. His last stand? No way. That's a little awkward, actually. Is that Scion 2 for him? Oh, he's playing 4 Deadeye, and that's Scion 2. What a crazy fucking pick for him, I guess. Lux rolled this. I fucking lost. I didn't roll declaw in this matchup. That's really good. Wow, I'm surprised how hard he shreds this unit, man. Oh, maybe selling Alexa putting the other one would be better, actually. That would have been interesting. Yeah, the way this cost balance he beat those two the first. Yeah, I didn't even have pumping either. I almost feel like Earth is really strong as well. I'm trying to think, man, this guy's Callista just carried him straight to 9. Huh. We'll play some ads. Like your sweater, you look very cozy. Yeah, the sweater's nice. I'm in a sweater buying mood right now. I did beat some crazy comps in that thing. I think I go back E now. I think Kitty, dude. Kitty is just he's just saving up his strength, man. That's super. So, how are you wearing a thick sweater? It's not thick, first of all. Secondly, it's in my room, so it's not like I'm outside, man. My room's cold as heck. Oh, I forgot to turn this on too. Pro for hero augment odds. I saw. The pro looks kind of interesting. All prismatic augments. Holy fuck. I can play prismatic pump? Okay. I tried Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Is that the movie? Kind of like Dead by Daylight? Oh. That's the most brainless comp to play? Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, keep my brain out of it, okay? Chill. Don't tell me Samira was less brainless, okay? Don't even fucking say that. The last comp, people started bitching if they didn't get Samira 2 in stage 2, okay?
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning. The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
I mean, I can play Aphelios, right? It's no problem. I could definitely play a... The thing about Pump is the best comp with pumping up is actually all legendaries. I'm not even kidding. So it's not even bad. Shadow Isles, Viego reroll, I'm good. That's Samir 2 at 3-1 today. Ah, you're a patch behind, man. I need pumping, gotta go fast. Oh, I don't care about gotta go fast. I think that shit's overrated. As someone who plays a lot of pumping up stuff, that shit is like mage comps only, man. Wandering? I only roll for Wandering Trainer there. If I don't see it, it's fine. I don't have to.
Let's start the show.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, he's not bad. It's acceptable. I feel like I need a tempo here. Anyone think I need a tempo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm definitely leveling for you. I am down to play Callista, by the way. I do not think it's bad. And I don't need Rageblade if I have, like, I could do Shiv here. I think Sword Crown level 1. His opener's pretty fucking good. Damn, I just got 4-0'd here. That's so bad. Transfusion, Pump. Transfusion's the only one other pumping player. He's probably gonna go Garen.
Where there is evil,
Is it better to play with Target and Demacia or get the strategist traits with Demacia? Ignore it all and play legendaries. Like if you're talking about in-game board, you're playing 7 Demacia, just ignore it all and play the best unit. You play 7 Demacia units and at 8 you play a legendary unit like Aatrox. I will say, Gotta Go Fast is actually decent with Shadow Isles, though. They nerfed 6 Shadow Isles recently. That was kind of annoying. I got 4-0'd and a 3-0'd with my opener. That seems highly illegal, by the way. Like, very illegal.
and me. Where there is evil, I shall go.
Should I just do this, man? Like, is this really better? Like, I don't know, man. Okay. I guess. There's no way spats are bad right now with this comp, right? Because the units you kill are so bad. Like killing Poppy and killing Kill, you can use at least 2 spats. I guess at 2 spats you would just play both of them and play 9, because it's so much value, right? This guy slammed BT. Well, I'm definitely like, what can you play with pumping that is BT? Honestly, pumping Rek'Sai doesn't sound terrible. Okay, was I supposed to open here? There's no way I opened, right? I think I just hope I don't play this guy. Garen doesn't want Rage Blade anymore? Yeah, I did. I mean, you're playing the 7 Demacia version. I mean, the only thing I learned from last match was having a Gunblade on Lux is probably like super BIS for that comp. Because you take so much random damage in your backline, and the way you position it is super awkward. It's weird because after doing this, I need 2 Negatrons, right? That is really hard to get. So it's just like, we'll see what happens.
But I'll never forget Ionia.
Is this strong enough to win? I mean, I hope so. I'm a little worried, but it's probably fine. I think I always underestimate Sona. Like, Sona's a pretty good unit. It's no problem. Guess that's Titans. I mean, I'm just trying to see what happens if I can I just force this comp kind of deal?
To give for Ionia. I must make it count. Guilty. Right to glory.
You guys definitely go Garen. So I guess we're just contesting each other. Great loss. You prefer like Oreo over Galio? I think I like Aurelia more there because I wanted a Titans holder, but Ori's probably better at killing. This is impossible to play with this comp. This is probably impossible to play. Battle Ready 3 is the only one that's slightly okay. But I don't know how less damage is calculated in this game. Whether it's just like added, subtracted, or if it's like it gets calculated afterwards. If it's the... Oh, how bad is Buried Treasure? It's probably pretty good here. This was a DR multiplicative. Oh, that's really fucking good for me. Oh, this guy has transfusion final reserves. Holy shit. This guy's late game board is gonna be spicy. I don't know how good Wellness Fund is. If I'm completely honest with you, I feel like it's super whatever.
Victory awaits.
Every step, a new journey.
Favorite comp? Dude, it's... Garrett is meta now, so my old comp is now OP. Oh, Celine, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I just finished one of my Baldur's Gates groups. I have 2 now. But yeah, thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I hope she had a good stream. I heard Celine's also playing Baldur's Gate. I saw some of their group play. I think anyone who plays Baldur's Gate, like, it's so funny. Like, it's just so fucking funny. I saw a clip where Janet aimed to hit a bear, and then something moved, and then literally it was fucked. She aggroed the whole room. Please, don't take it from me, man. Yes. I think you're forced to build BT here because you can still build Juggernaut spat with a spat if you have to. The next bit, I got no idea, man. They don't get back till 4 days, so minimum then.
Every step, a new journey.
By the moment, what is this?
Okay, I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm gonna be okay. I need a save, guys.
You're saving in the dialogue.
Save scumming?
In the dialogue, you already made the choice.
Ethan's died. Am I dead? Like, I had my eyes stabbed out, and now I'm getting my blood sucked away.
What's what she said? She's dead. Look at her body. Look at her body.
I just got an achievement for just a nibble. Am I okay? What? I'm dead!
I didn't even know you died from that. That's kind of funny. Dude, is this comp? This comp must be just so broken, man. There is no fucking way that I should have won the ground here.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Garen good. True. He probably roll at 7, right, to hit Garen 2, and then you go 8. This comp also you hold Gwen's. I realized as I was playing, this guy took a battle already. Interesting. He's level 650. I'm level 7. Oh, he's playing I don't win this, by the way. Do I? Nah, he's got too much lifesteal. He's playing the Juggernaut version of this. Probably you don't read Rage Play, nah. I mean, you do if you're playing the 4 Juggernaut version or the 6 Juggernaut version, but I'm not playing that version. You know what's my music playlist? It's a random Spotify playlist. It's not a It's not a real playlist. I can't give it to you. If
No time to rest.
oh, I got it. Oh shit.
Jima is not this time.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
So there's no way I win, right? I actually did it win. Wait. I did win. This guy is 100 streaky. It hits my board. No joke. I'm pretty sure it's not gotta go fast, and I'm almost 100% sure it's level up here. Ooh, Jewel Lilith is really sexy here, actually. Let me hold on. I'm gonna roll this.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
It's fine. The only problem I have with my thing is what do I Demacia? Board is good enough to win streak stage 4. I hope so, because I don't want to roll. I want to go 8. I hate Garen 2, so I don't really feel like I want to increase my levels. Also, I am of the opinion that I don't really want to play yeah, I couldn't win streak. It's fine. I think I'm playing Gunblade here. Dude, this Callista is kind of crazy. I see DFG. Dude, how come everyone, I just see 2 people playing? Is it 2 people? Freljord. You have to go Gunblade next. Gunblade's so good here. Oh no! Is there any way I can take the Heimer here? Does Garen's spin radius get bigger as he gets bigger? I think yes, but it never really does more than 1.5 hexes. Does that make sense? I think he just always hits, like, I don't think he can get sizable enough to hit more. Just an Aatrox. I was thinking about that, but
Let's start this
oh,
show.
thank God! I had to just eat the QSS. Excellent. I wanted to say a 40 gold to try what should we call it? Get 2 more rounds of greedy health here, but it might be a little too much. Also, I'm pretty sure Radiant JG and normal JG means my units literally never die. This guy has Karma 1 carry. So sick. Do I ever pick this up though? Like, is this worth anything? I could just play Ari with these items.
I should have left home years ago.
I should kind of like that. I mean, okay. Do I get rid of Poppy or do I get rid of... I get rid of Poppy, right? Because at least this thing shreds. Level 7, 50 gold. He took hedge fund.
Demacia must lead by example.
Yes.
I might even sell the Lux, honestly, and then play Ari with because isn't Ari just better than Lux? And she can still get the Imara armor buff. No problem.
Felt good to let loose.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
The light of Demacia!
I am Thorn's reckoning.
Demacia must lead by example.
Victory awaits.
I bring death.
The glory of Demacia will never fade.
I mean, it's fine. TG Lotus is pretty darn good. Yeah, I think TG is the best item with Lotus. So I saw the items, I was like, I don't even need to change anything. I mean, the real question is it worth rolling right now just to hit Jarvan 2? It seems like all the Jarvans are out. %100% crit chance. Just to go with that looks slim. Really? It looked fucking good to me. I get 2 gold a round, remember? 3 gold a round? I love Savage and Nasus. There weren't even enough units for me to hit there. I did not blame Ari. She's doing fine. This guy is winning. He's going straight 9. Can he really beat me? He's playing 5 Demacia instead of 7 with Teemo. I want to fight him just to see. I'm pretty sure I can beat him. Wait. Hold up a sec. That's weird. One of my units seem to be gone. One of my very important units seem to have disappeared. Who did I give Rageblade to? Just Sona, I guess. Pretty sure I am pretty sure I'm. Oh fuck! Now it feels like rolling is actually fucking useless. Kill.
Here I come.
Down and just go 9. Kill 9 pretty good. I mean, I would say Kill 9 is very good. I mean, this RE unit must be good now, right? This RE... Okay, not against these guys who, like, just get owned. I'm like, I have RE2, 100% crit chance RE2. Like, it's gotta be good. Okay. Fucking tank Ari. Got it. It sucks because now I'm potentially hitting this guy when I have tank Ari. That is not good. Of course, I hit the person I don't want to hit. And you know what happens? This motherfucker, I roll Morellos and I roll these TG items. Like, come on, man. It's fine. I'm pretty sure I win. Is it every combat round? Oh, it's every round. So I guarantee heal 4 health the next 2 rounds, and I get 6 gold. That's so good. By the way, I'm hoping I get... I don't know. I'm kind of hoping I get a Demacia spout, which is why I held on to these guys. 72. You're 9 put Invoker. I mean, what rise is it? It's Piltover Rise? Is that the dumbass grenade? I don't know if that one's even good, I'll be honest. Really?
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save. Show them the strength of Demacia.
I'm dead. I bought 4 from 20 HP. Because he one-shot my board with Endless Hordes. The thing is, if my RE2 cast, I one-shot his whole team. But she rolled full tank items. Instead of any mana item. Triple silver repair attack. I mean, it gives 160 armor MR. But I still think it's really bad unless you get Heimer 2. Literally the most illegal bottom 4 I've ever had. Wow. Really unfortunate bottom 4 here. It's okay. What's bad? Oh, no. Bump, bump. Shift that's 3? Yeah, true. Yeah, I lost by 1 unit. I literally, there's no way you even lose there unless someone has endless hordes. I was so surprised I took. I don't remember the last time I took 20 and I killed units. But every unit with endless hordes counts as extra damage. It's 2 extra damage. So I should owned. I got super giga owned there. Rock with. Dude, okay. I need to break down my days day by day to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. I need a league starter for PoE in 2 days. The new league mechanic looks promising, way better than Crucible. I'm excited. But the league starts tomorrow? Yeah, maybe. I'm playing. It's weird because I don't even know. I feel like Ecliptic Vaults is worse than Aaron mounts. Dude, I don't know, man. I think of Garen, and I'm like, I kind of feel like I would win more with 4 Juggernaut or 6 Juggernaut than with the comp I'm. Does that sound weird? But like, I feel like I could. Oh. I guess we'll see. I'll probably have to play that. A transition? Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I don't play Light Poacher. Oh, I have a 2 item opener. I had 6 gold plus 3. Okay, it's definitely 2 items, right? So I have a 9 gold. I need Renekton here. Please Renekton me right here. Oh, I didn't need Renekton actually. I did not count correctly. Whoops. I did not need Renekton. I'm still making Econ. Plans to rank up on League this season. I still remember actually 1 rank game. I'll probably be playing League, but for entirely different reasons. I have to practice for something. I have an Echo.
This is very exciting.
Oh man, I can play just Piltover. But yeah, I'll probably play League. I said next week. I meant next week. Maybe next week. Nah, it's probably next week. One item opener.
I will show you the path.
It's not Robo.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
You use any other Delta Fox is good. Oh yeah, she did a really good job. Oh, I need to speak of the devil. Fuck, I always forget to do this. I forget to pin my YouTube stuff.
Half minute.
Just gonna fucking pin this, man. Unpinned after 2,000 hours. Yep. That seems normal. Is it timestamped? Ah, fuck.
Half minute.
It's just this.
God.
All right, time to. Okay. I just delete this. How do I delete my own stuff? Can I ban myself? Is it possible to just I just purge this, right?
Yes, I am a weapon.
What if I just type myself out? Oh, it did not work.
Watch this.
I'm trying to think if I need the problem with Violet is you kind of want to have Shredded. If that makes sense. I should gear your head at times. Yep. I'm a genius. Also, I just realized my Violet is on the wrong fucking unit, but it's okay. I think I don't slam items. I just take the bow and I'm happy. Very happy here. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, wait. What am I saying? I take this for sure. I don't need a cash out, a spectacular cash out, but I think minimum, if I can cash out at least 10 to 12, I'll be pretty happy. If I cash out more, obviously that would be way better.
Piltover's finest.
You know why I should more or less use it? Oh no, because you would go Last Whisper usually, right? He took out items. That is cringe. Ah, fuck, I should have expected it. God damn it. They're failure, yeah, but it's fine. I mean, in Violet, I prefer to have Freljord over Last Whisper. Because I know the magic damage is going to be really relevant. Fuck it, I'm not even gonna backline my shit. Looks like I'm gonna get like no value off this garbage, man. Let's get. But last reward failure. I think I do on Robo, and that way I can just focus on getting Jarvan or Nasus frontline when playing. But like that's only if you get Zon spat. Realistically, it's irrelevant because you're playing Freljord every time unless you get Zon. And then if you get Zon, it's kind of an issue. Oh god, I dropped. Okay.
Dawn is the future.
How many items can I put here without losing my fucking round, you know? Or winning in the rounds. I think I don't put in this, but I will make this. I kind of like, let me think. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sucks. I think I might be too strong. I don't really care though. Like honestly, at this point, I'm not gonna play Piltover for very long. Fuck it, I'd rather end this streak. I don't care. Rudy Patootie, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. I think I sell this, right? I'll hold this. Things are get nerfed? Still good. Don't worry about it. I always wonder what the best item here is. I had this weird suspicion. I really like Gunblade, but I don't necessarily know if it's good. Especially because I feel I guess it just depends. I just happened to already Tarkov game where I'm not playing that game again. I think Tarkov, especially after the cheater stuff, I'm not interested. Also, I can always play Aphelios from here. It's not a big deal. Well, the last whisper is just fucking dead, but you have Grabba isn't kind of enough damage. I think that's fair. Then what the hell do I do? Has to be GS, I guess.
Piltover's finest.
The thing about pumping up is you're not stuck with pumping up. I feel like that's a common thing that people think, or not. You're not stuck losing with pumping up. I think it is best to actually win with pumping up. It's just hard when it doesn't give you any value early. Like, I don't mind winning. Like, winning for me, like, whatever. Piltover just turns to +1 gold. I'd probably rather save the health in this situation than try to lose in some really awkward way. Box is better than TFT? Yeah, for sure. But I always feel like asking that question in the other person's chat is fucking rude as hell. What is it this for this one? Oh shit. Yeah, might as well, right? It can't be bad, right? I don't think so. That looks pretty good. Wait, just so earlier said you've been testing public real Gariel all the last patches. Someone said Chahagi tested low elo. True. Yeah, this is better, someone said. I'm chilling. I have so much random shit.
Return to the dust. I am Thorn's reckoning.
I'm down to play 4. I think you put it in for 1 round then, right? Throw back bucket list? Not really. This guy's board looks awful. Oh, but he's at triple tank items on a 2-star tank. For sure hard carry his comp. I really shouldn't say anything because I'm carrying with Jinx 1, so.
Who needs a beat down?
I think it should be rolling down here, but I'm kind of like whatever on it. Tifa Mela, thank you so much for the raid. Mela locks us in Taco Bell if we don't raid. Wait, why is that a bad thing? Dude, Taco Bell is my favorite. Over this stream, guys, I'm playing some TFT right now. I just got done with the Baldur's Gate session, and I am obsessed with the game. It's too good. What is this game? It's TFT. It's the #1 strategy game in the world right now. Thinkers put together. But thank you so much. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, do I just do this? I feel like this is so bad. I'm good not to put this in. No, I'm getting. Oh, do I cash out? Yeah, I do think it's interesting that TFT and Dodo Auto Chess kind of popularized the terminology auto battler. What a weird word. That's where my holy from. I mean, you're still probably putting it in. It's not bad that you have both. At least as an option. Ooh, this is kind of sexy. I wonder if it's ever just this. Find something to do with the thing. That was just so hard, bad. Yeah, I might just play something weird. Don't worry, don't worry. It's all coming together.
It's up to me. Demacia must lead by example.
You're probably right. Maybe I'm playing that shit.
For great science.
Pilt, it's over. Dude, I don't know if it's even worth cashing out my Pilt over. I'm pretty sure yeah, it's just a 2-zone angle for sure once I have this. It's gonna be Mechano. Or actually, I'm even down for Mechano gold even. Not even kidding. Okay, why did I make this, man? Pretty sure I'm only playing 2s on this game. I'm selling this, playing this. It's okay. I have everything under control. If I set over Echo, I mean, it's not better than 2-star. I could probably do this and just. I don't think Forgunner does anything. I'll be 100% honest with you. Wow, this Garen comp looks kind of broken. These two are gone. This is sell is my comp. Like getting there is kind of a little difficult. But these items are kind of Oh. I don't know if I'm cashing out here. But I really want to cash, so maybe I sell this. I thought, like, Baldur is so good puppy too.
I will rule the Freljord.
Do I really vow Urgot here? Thoughts? I think I'll beat this guy. I think I'll beat this guy. This guy's board is fucking garbage. Thank God. Thank God I beat someone. Oh my God. And I'm getting gold? Goldinator, you beast. Okay, okay, perfect. I cashed it 5-2. Okay. Thank God. Okay, thank God there's someone who is just so weak that I could cash.
Just looking for a road home. Battle, yes.
Wow. Oh, I gotta put Belbeth in somehow. Dude, it sucks to be here. I don't care about Skippy Sedge, man. It's okay. I have this next round is going to be very interesting. Trust me, I have pumping up Harmesis. I am down. I'm going to start winning out here. I think. Hopefully. I think I give up Aatrox here. Like, Aatrox is kind of good. Maybe I can give up Sedge. Maybe I'll just give up Nasus.
The void will drown you all.
Who do I give up here? There's no way this guy beats me, right? I realized that with Zeri, her executing stuff is gonna make Goldnator have a really hard time when his execute is 1% lower. That is very awkward. Am I okay? 10 at... I live. There's no way this is 10. Okay, I'm good. Thank God I lost this guy right here. It feels like playing against Lux is so annoying. If Lux is ever meta, it's such a a ridiculous time. RC? Nope. I mean, is Hodge really better than Gunblade here? Look against the Garrett players. Is it? Oh, Rebel is kind of nice though.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
Ah, it's Rebel fucking Belveth, baby. I hit all at 5 costs, but it wasn't the ones I wanted. It's so many 5 costs, but none of them were the ones I want. This guy's playing Last Stand, man. Really? Oh, I played the Last Stand player. That's not good. Belveth is wrong side here. I just lose. Pretty sure. Oh, I won. Oh, I'm top 3? Oh, hell yeah.
The void has breached this place.
How am I? I'm chilling. Wow, these bots are getting kind of interesting. But regards to the items of Belveth, it's not even worth switching the items yet. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry, man. Believe in the pump. Oh, wait, this guy also has pump. Oh, it's stop believing. Stop believing. Okay, what did we learn this game? We learned that I'm never playing Goldenator Heimer with Zeri. I realize how impossible it is to get gold. I'm okay. That's a fight. That's a learning experience. Okay, I got it. But pumping was good. That triple Mechano Reparo? Yeah, but I mean, like, I wanted to try it. And let's just say the experiment went Ari. I'll go play some ads. Yeah, we grew from that. We learned. Your camera is wilding out trying to get the pixel for the shirt. Wait, really? Oh, is it? I cannot tell. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Puppy seems fine though. Like you can play Garen, Aphelios, you can play Zeri, you can play legendaries. Just I'm a dumbass. Just don't worry about it. That game, I don't worry about it. I'm watching probably play through VODs. Do you think you're gonna replay it solo? I mean, I have another campaign with friends today. I don't think I'm gonna replay it after that. I am okay missing stuff. I think that's fine. I don't want to be the guy who like tries to 100% it with everyone and like, or just in general. There's like a moment where I'm just gonna be happy with it. Ooh, Bando Cafeteria. Interesting. Yeah, everyone should do one play solo playthrough. Nah. Are you gonna go through the playthrough with the other group too, or is this one going, or is it this one? There's 2 play groups. I don't know if I'm gonna finish the game with either. I feel like, dude, it feels weird because it's like I will never tell you I'm gonna finish the game. Okay. I feel like there's like some sort of expectation with that, and I am just not gonna do it. If I don't like the game halfway or something happens, I'm good. Are invokers better now? Did they buff invokers? What is this one? Who the fuck chose this one? I guess for this patch, I don't know. Invokers are the same as last patch? Yeah, but is that like a bad thing or a good thing? Like maybe that's just like, maybe that's a good thing, you know? Because last patch I thought they were like pretty mid, but if stuff got nerfed, then maybe they're better? Question mark. Shay got a buff. Oh yeah, Shay got a buff to help him out if you don't have 3 Ionia in, which is weird because you're gonna have 3 Ionia in this comp. Oh, this is one of the only comps in the game that Chalice is like really fucking good on. Okay, hold up. Wait. Let me think. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look, I got QSS. What did someone else get? Spark. Deathblade. I got the worst item in the game. That's not Chalice that guy got. Like, how is that fair? What? This is gonna look so weird, by the way. But I'm gonna level here. I wanted to lose this round and then try to swing back for inconsistency. Not sure if it's possible, but I wanted to try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whatever happens, I'm not getting what I want. I think it's fine. I think you do this because I try to play strongest board to get inconsistency. It's worth more gold than anything else. I guess I play redemption here. I don't think it's that bad. How do I do this? Man. Infinity Edge. Sick.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Can't believe I had to double level here, but it was the best thing to do. You know, Booker Demacia game? Well, I don't think it could be a Demacia game based on what I just slammed. So it'll be a whatever the fuck I hit game kind of game. I feel. I really want this, but usually this item is really good. I lost 50-50 here.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Just trying to play around inconsistency. I almost think I should lose this on purpose. Fuck, am I playing? What am I fucking playing, man? Oh god, my items are so... This Warmogs is just fucking nuts. Wow, there's a lot of stacks on this Galio. Okay. Yeah, that guy, he got filled with fucking stacks, man.
Guess we're fighting.
You needed to lose this for inconsistency. You get more gold than winning, I'm pretty sure. Well, I think I should have kept... the health is kind of nice. I should have maybe. Oh no, I think it's worth losing the tossing this. 3 streak is okay, but I'd rather not. I lose 2 gold. Lose minimum 2 gold. Oh shit, man.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
The street streak got 2 for it to say, yeah, it's 2. You're not playing this way. I feel like playing Garen from here is very risky. I'd rather do this, right? Wins a war? Oh shit, I'm down. I would pick it instantly. Favorite thing about the set so far? The units, the augments, they're all fun, I guess. Like I don't know. I don't have a particular specific thing. I just feel like there's like a lot of things come together making it a fun set. What invoker emblem here? What is it? It's Void. What is Void? Rise? Anyone know? It's random? Does not summon Void Link. I'm pretty sure I've never even. It doesn't exist, right? That's
As Ionia changes, so will
I'm down. You can find out what Rise by using Comp Builder. Nope. I just run Taric Shed, right? Ah, okay. I've got it. Usually I'm not big on Invoker, but I mean I have such a good opener. Galio 2 mid game. I'm feeling it. I think also you shouldn't overly worry about losing streak here. You'll pick up the gold in the reverse. It's better to just streak here for sure. I'm sure I'll lose to someone. Like I want to hit this guy and just see if I can win or lose. 3 IM for karma. Yeah, no. No way there's someone contesting invokers this game. Huh. Okay, well, I am literally contested invokers. I don't know what to do. Alright, as for Targa, I mean, yeah, you always play with Tarek Shed. Both great units. Funny enough, this is unintentional. Me losing that round is actually really good for me. But I mean, I didn't want to lose the round, but hey, it turned out okay.
Is my home, but I'll never forget my own.
A win here would be big. Leveling here is really important for this win, actually. Because if you win or win lose, like you're in a great spot because you're still playing inconsistency into the PV round, which is awesome. Why do I get this item, man? How is Evoker when you don't manage to hit Karma 3? Oh, you lose the game. It's fucking shit. Top 4? I don't even think it's top 4. I think you just lose. I don't even know what I would want for my thing. It's gold prismatic next, right? I probably want Invoker's casting gives AP or something. I need a combat augment for sure. I don't think it's possible for me to. Did I Puppy Garen yet, bro? I tried it already. Yeah, it's broken, but I don't think you need to play the the get ready fast. I think it's whatever, very whatever. It's fun, yeah. I mean, it's pretty brainless too. I think it's just really stupidly strong for it. Yeah, I just think it's really strong. Like, actually, what do you guys do with invokers if I'm getting contested? Do you have any words of advice?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Don't pivot. Okay. What the fuck do I make here then? This. And then I just figured, do I really go ZZ Rod here? Go ZZ Rod this. Sunfire play for JG or Giant Slayer? It's this. This thing is so good, man. I fucking missed the only unit I can't miss, which is the Shen. It's doomed.
Feel the power of true ice.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
They will go no further.
Where is this karma, by the way?
A new journey.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Shit. Well,
Demacia, now and forever.
Now, let's prove our courage.
like, what do I fucking make here? Is it really Sunfire? Pretty sure it's this. I should have said this way before. Because they level a pivot to R angle. Okay, you weren't leveling before Karma 2. Okay. And it's definitely not a pivot to R angle with 0 fucking tiers. Lucky. No Ari, no Rise here. Just lose. I guess. Target Soul. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the resub. What about for 6 months? E tiers would play Evoker Ari. I mean, would it be a, like, I don't know, would it be a fucking pivot? Or it would just be play Ari with the comp anyways. And if that's the case, then you would just... I probably should sell this, actually. It's a waste of fucking money. I mean, I have to go 7 for sure, but... Can I even go 7? Or go 8? I'm gonna work with Invoker mana game? Yes, that's why it's broken. This augment is super good with AP. Well, I lose the game. Yep. Only time I play Invoker, I got contested. Over yet? Really? It looks fucking over, man. It looks so over. I mean, I have 2 ZZ Rocks, which should hopefully be pretty good. Nope, this game sucks. Roll over, the only shit I saw. Your frame what about formats? How do you like Master Yi? I mean, it's just really good if you want to scale. It's just like good if you like playing combat logs. It's guaranteed combat log that's super relevant. That's bad.
good as new with brilliant.
I mean, I have Ari, but I don't know if it's good enough. Realistically, the Shen 2 is worth probably... my front line needs to be good here. Shen 2 really can't save us. I need all of these upgrades, I think.
As Ionian changes, so must I.
Oh, he's playing Aphelios? Interesting, okay. I think Ari did a lot of damage. I mean, yeah, you're playing... The thing is, Ari has infinite mana. With 6 Invokers, you're giving her 25 mana to everyone, and then it's multiplied by 35%. So you just have, like, literally infinite mana. That's why Galio sucks late game, because he gets mana locked. So you're just going to be playing him in a situation where, like, the extra mana doesn't do anything. I cannot believe Shen did not come out here. Well, I'm dead. Nope, this comp sucks ass via contested. This guy was the other player's person, placed 6th. This comp is terrible. So fucking bad. I think you only play it on the board where you can get something tailored to your comp. I'll play some ads. Needs a magistrate. I had fucking Freljord. Try again. I kind of want to stop today. I guess I can play one more. Try Aurelian Belveth. I mean, it's Fast 9, right? I've played a little bit of Fast 9, but not my preference. I think backseaters are necessary, or like not necessary, like normal. It's your job as a streamer to keep the stream entertaining regardless of backseaters. I do think it is... Yelling at them is fine. But you should never sacrifice the vibe of the stream to make yourself superior. I like being able to ban people and it's like not a big deal, or like it doesn't like fuck with my vibe, I guess. When it does and the stream quality gets lowered because of it, that's when I did a bad job as a streamer. You like any music games? Not really. Yeah, except for Rhythm Doctor. I just watched Extreme Would You Rather. Would you do it again? I mean, it's OTV video. I'll do it again. Okay, you remember when I said I didn't like playing Invokers, except, and I didn't finish the statement really with a sentence. It's except when you get this. This allows you on stage 4 to guarantee an Ari or a Rise. And in a lot of situations, like the Ionia Rise is pretty darn good. I don't know if it's the best one. Did they buff Ionia Rise? Anyone know? They buffed and nerfed a lot of the Rises. And honestly, I read it and I was like, what the? I didn't really figure out what the hell was going on. Everyone loves Scuttle. It gives you more items and more gold. Everyone likes having more items and more gold. I don't like it that much. It means your lobby is always going to be super high roll. Always when you play Scuttle. So it's like a very bleh thing for me. Did they nerf it? How much did they nerf it? I have 10 gold. Oh, Ironia Rise mana. They nerfed it. Okay, well, good thing they didn't land on that. You nerf Rek'Sai as well, right? That's rough. Rek'Sai nerf is a rough one. I don't think you can play Rek'Sai, especially with people playing Garen. Seems kind of bad.
I'm going in.
But you play for PoE League Start? I have no fucking idea. Super upfront. I will make it probably the day before or the hour or two before this happens. The buff Bandle City Rise. What's Bandle City? Oh, the one that summons units into the board. It's not bad if you're winning, but it doesn't do well if you're losing. I feel. They nerf Akshan. Anyone know?
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
I will show you the path.
Nope. Oh, hedge fund was so interesting here. Oh my god. I actually should have taken hedge fund here. Hedge, is it 44 gold at 1? I would have started with 50. He had a 1 item opener with this? Fucking crazy.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
20 gold start. I mean, everyone started 20 gold. 20 gold start on this board is just the normal. 20, everyone started 20, bro. This guy went Yasuo. This guy's March with 20. This game is gonna have the most fucked up high rollers, man. Also, me not taking that kill was crazy. Why did I not take the kill?
Where there is evil,
Hello?
I shall go.
Guess we're fighting.
You get lucky? Nope. You get 20 gold every time with 1 unit on Scuttle. That's why it's OP. March is mid if you don't pre-level. Really? I feel like it's fine. You're saying that because you don't get level 5 at 2-2, right? I don't think that's a big deal. Also, I hit 2 level 4 players, which is kind of unlucky. You're still 5 at 2-3, and then you're still rather than pre-level, this guy started 20 gold. So now he's just in this giga good position, right?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget I own it.
Thinking 7 was the problem. Not a problem if you're playing the right comp, man. I'm telling you, your problems are not real problems. Right? I don't think that's that bad. Also, it very heavily depends on if there are comps at level 7 to reroll that are good. I don't know when it was available last time, but there are a lot. Sometimes there's a lot of level 7 comps which are just super good. I mean, also, you can find the stats of that argument right now. I think that would be a lot more relevant. Last time it was 3 patches ago. I don't even fucking remember that time. For me, that time doesn't even exist. Those stats, you can find stats for stuff right now. That's why they're they're bringing back stats. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Guess we're fighting.
If it comes to play at 7, I mean, it depends. Invokers suck right now, right? I think Invokers get buffed March, which gets tons better. Callista being good is good for March. Samir being good is bad for March. Wow. Oh, a couple others I would have had something. Skill level noticeable between Diamond Masters. It's noticeable at every level, yes.
Victory awaits.
If I hit this guy, 1 in 3 chance, this game is terrible. I'm gonna forfeit at 3-2. Ooh, thank God. Did not happen. Wait. No way. I'm terrible. I didn't think it would mean I won that. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I wanted to kill a unit. And that play on late would be fine, but it was not. Unlucky. Compared to average level 2 player now, it sets 1 to 3. I mean, the average level player is always better over time. It's not like a question or anything. It just... Damn, this game sucks. I lost minimum 6 gold, probably maximum a lot fucking more because I plan on losing 3-1 as well. But if I hit the transfusion guy 3-1, it might be okay. Yeah, I kind of want to forfeit, man. It's fucking bad.
As Ionia changes, so will I.
And don't come back!
You know, the thing is, because it's prismatic, if it's prismatic again, half the lobby gets level up. If this guy gets level up, this guy's instant first place. This game is terrible. I didn't hit this guy, I hit the other guy. That is unfortunate. Hope I can find transfusion here or something. I hope it's not prismatic, please. I don't want my lobby to be fucked. Did he hit it? He's definitely rolling for it, right? If he hits level up, this game's fucking doomed. He hit level up, this game's fucking doomed. He didn't hit it. Well, just obnoxiously toxic occupant. I think it's... Yeah. It just... Yeah, there's a lot of things where it's not that good to have that. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, there are situations where it is just incredibly bad for the game. This guy got double trouble March. He's played Aksha 3. Interesting.
Now, conclude our preparation.
If you use endless hordes, yep, that guy's board is fucking crazy. He somehow got a rise at 7. So it's just gonna be like the most obnoxious thing ever. It's okay. Hopefully it'll all be okay. No, I want to hit him soon. I don't want to hit him too late, because he's gonna have to roll at 7, right? Oh, he already rolled fucking all the way at 7. Hit a rise. I think a lot of times I think in games like these, I want to pick something that is good for the item and the units. Getting Jarvan is actually an astoundingly good idea. Sure, I don't finish my Garen items, and sure I have 2 bows, but it's also a blue buff for my Karma, which I think is good too. Because Blue Low Karma is actually pretty darn good. I mean, he doesn't have items yet, which is pretty good. Like, he's not fully stable, which is good. Like, it could have been worse. Oh, I mean, it looks kind of bad though. God. He's playing Pilt over. It's fine.
Targon isn't.
Usually I roll at 7 here. I probably need to roll at 7. I hope I get like GS and stuff to be able to eat bows. If I have to build stuff that I can't use to eat bows, it's kind of bad. That's Karma actually owns. Ult this way, ult this way. Yeah. Cancels her ulti. It's actually okay. 43 is not that bad. I have a lot of gold as well. It's really not that bad. Rod for Gitsus? No, I don't want Gitsus. When you're playing pumping Garen, you go Titans with 7 Demacia. The Rage Blade, you don't have enough defensive Juggernauts to be able to handle it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I will slam it for sure if I have to, but it's like I would prefer not to. Third bow, of course. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Shurima is not of this time.
The problem is I think I messed up my items. Oh, this is so close. If But actually, we gotta go fast. Fuck.
Demacia must lead by example.
I may be merciful, but Targon is.
Fuck, I didn't. Oh, I have a wasted fucking thing. It's fine. Taking you have my bow here, it would be the most troll thing ever. Also, this guy rerolled Evokers. I'm sorry, buddy. This cut blows. Alright, like, realistically, what do I need to roll for here? Is there any way I can go 8? Probably not. I need one more upgrade, I think.
The void has breached this place.
Ideally, it's the...
Is not of this time. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Okay, I feel a lot better now. Feel a little bad before, but now it's like, okay. Double Trouble, Long Distance Pow, Rek'Sai. This guy is cooking. But he doesn't have enough items. He got 2 tiers and a spatula. This guy is not cooking. This guy's not cooking anything. Kale shreds and so it's really weird. Oh, whoa. I replaced the poppy, right? Because it's shit. I suck. It sucks because I had Senna and I sold it. But I didn't think I would get spat here. Render caption on Twitch? Oh, it's a thing that streamer can add. It is really convenient. I definitely want like a Belveth or something. I think that could take I mean, am I going 9? That is the only. Oh, this guy has dueling gunners, 4 gunners, Senna 2. This guy has Senna fucking 2, man. Playing this guy is so lame. The rise is just makes the comp so annoying. Strike's better, it's not. I was positioned for the other thing. This guy has level up, level 9. Challenger Heimer, Challenger Senna. That is not good for me. My I'll be okay. I got it. I don't know how he got 2 spats, but he did. SM Shiv because it sucks. No, I have a little bit of shred. I don't really care about Shiv. Honestly, like, you can't slam Shiv. It's really not that bad. But I'm just greedy because I want to. Because who knows? Maybe I get a Reforger on my 4-7 creep round. You reforge some of the garbage I've been given.
The glory of Demacia will never fade.
Demacia must lead by example. Demacia must lead by example.
It's such a bait, man.
I should have left home years ago.
Wait. That's not the item I thought it was, but that's okay. My brain thought it was something, and my mind thought it was something else. Man, I made 2 really bad. Oh, that mistake doesn't super matter, but I made a really bad mistake before this, so that one kind of hurts. It's weird because I can't put this on any unit that's not Ari. This gonna make. I thought I was making Gunblade, but I don't know why. This guy's comp is interesting. He is playing Viego Reroll. Your props for playing that comp. Because even though you went 8th, I respect it. Seer 3. This guy's a Double Trouble player. While this is Double Trouble, it's gotta be insane, right? I rolled 2 D-Claws against a physical damage only team. This might be a little bit problematic. A little bit problematic. If I rolled any other items, I would beat this guy. 2 D-Claws, man. Be lucky to make top 4 this game.
Where there is evil, I shall go. Demacia, now Now and forever.
No Garen.
You should have left home years ago.
Play against the Endless Hordes player. Scarra 2. He got stuck. My unit got stuck on something, my Garen, so I didn't kill anyone. Oh. This game was just my fault. As soon as I won the stage 2, I lost too much gold. I missed out like 10 golds. It's fine. You think wins that? Yeah, that's fine. My bad that game. The GS I don't think mattered that much, but the other stuff was definitely bleh. Who do I raid? Is there anyone I recognize? I will look for someone to raid real quick. Maybe someone I haven't raided before or in a while. Yo, look, take a little gander. Lit. Sucks that I'm ending my day on a game I played poorly, kind of, but it's okay. Overall, I thought the stream went pretty well today. I am going to find someone to raid. You're in the Vegas land? Yeah. Probably. Yes, probably. Maybe. Most likely, probably. Potentially. One of those, yes. I'm trying to find someone new. Maybe someone with not that many viewers. Maybe VTuber. I am looking down. I'm looking real down. Oh, I kind of want to look for someone. Just give me a second here. I am looking. There's definitely... I'm looking. I'm always shocked at how many VTubers play FPS games. There's so many. Between... Tarkov VTubers have got to be the biggest clash in my brain for expectations of a VTuber and like the game they play. a cute anime girl fucking chatting out is not what I expect. Pardon me. He raid one of those Korean streamers. I know what you're talking about, and no. If you'd like to study those streamers by yourself, I encourage you. Go ahead. I will probably not be raiding one. Oh, I think hold on. I think I saw one that was I like the model of that I am down. Bum, 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 bum. I think I've definitely seen this one on Twitter before. Okay. Raid someone new. I've never interacted with them before. Be nice. I'm out. Have a great night. I don't know about that message, but leave a good first impression. I'm out, guys.